2024. First item on the agenda is apologies for absence, which I have received from Bill Hanley and Ken Richardson. I should also say in introduction, welcome back to Jean Warmby, who was with us until last year. And the next item on the agenda is the minutes of the meeting of the 19th of January. I have looked through these. I'm happy to propose that they be adopted from the chair. Is that seconded? Has anybody got any comments on the accuracy of the minutes? In that case, all those in favour of adopting them. Anyone against? That's carried. I have no urgent business. No, we have no urgent business. I should just mention that Brian will be leaving us round about 12 noon for a meeting he's got to go to elsewhere. It's a very important meeting. I think you're going to try and join us again when that's over. Public participation will occur as we go through the agenda. Declarations of interest. I have received an email from Caroline McIntyre, who's the agent for the Tysewell Moor application. I've also received an email from a local farmer. Now, I think both of those will be common to all members of the committee, right? In addition to that, one of the people who met us at that site yesterday is somebody who is known to me. She is a relation by marriage somewhere further back of one of my son-in-law's relatives. And she is known to me because she lives in our next door parish, but I haven't spoken to her or seen her actually for about 5 years, but she is known to me. I have no further declarations myself. Has anybody else got any declarations? Matt?
Yes, sorry, apologies for my lateness.
No, you just made it.
It's the item at Mr. Galbraith. I can't remember the item number. Yes, item 10. My colleagues at the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust have been working with Mr. Galbraith on that application. Not on the planning application, but on his proposals.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other declarations, Mike? Well spotted. Yes, okay. And actually later on, another agent, Sarah Foster, is also a former employee of the council. Anyone else? Okay, let's move on then to the first application on the agenda. This is an item that was postponed from a site visit we did 2 meetings ago to work on the design and layout of the development, and you are simply reporting back on that, aren't you, John? So this is the Long Causeway, Sheffield.
It is, yes. Thank you, Chair.
I've asked John, by the way, only to present the plans as revised, because that's what members asked to happen. We're not going all the way back through all the rest of the paraphernalia.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, you sent us away to, because the committee were minded to approve the scheme in principle, but you sent us away to conduct negotiations with the applicants and their agent to get the best out of the scheme in terms of design and layout of the site. So since then, we've had a series of productive meetings with them, culminating in the scheme which I'll present now for you. We feel it's a more modern, contemporary scheme, while still being reflective of the traditional architecture of the peak. But I'll briefly run through the slides. So this is the existing layout with the filter house building, which members agreed wasn't worth keeping after some debate. Just a few slides of the character of the site. This is the existing housing on the approach to the filter house site. There's 3 dwellings. The driveway, to give you the flavour, that it sets well within surrounding woodland, so isn't particularly visible from the landscape. Filter house building itself, members will recall there's an interesting plaque on the front elevation which the Sheffield member wanted to see retained, and there is a clear commitment from the applicants to do that and incorporate it into an entrance feature. the precise details of which will still to be agreed, but there is that firm commitment there. Just to show a few more details of that, I won't spend much time on this. That was the layout that we presented last time, and that has now changed to the layout there. So it's still 3 dwellings, more informal layout. They are roughly in the same positions as they were before, but each house has a broadly similar design and use of materials. And you see as we go through the elevations, they are very contemporary in detail, but retaining that strong handshake, I like to say, with the local building tradition in materials and form. That layout is fixed to some extent by the central driveway, which has to be retained for the retained Yorkshire Water substation at the end here. The other point to make about the layout is that this sort of widened layout allows for greater privacy for each of the dwellings and reduces any overlooking of the private spaces. And it gives a layout which is more informal and perhaps more reflective of a Peak District layout without being an urban cul-de-sac appearance. So I'll go through the elevations. So each house would have a 2-storey element, reflecting the local tradition, pitched roof in natural stone with blue slate roof. You can see here on plot 1, there are single-storey elements which would have a green roof, which would give the contemporary detailing. So in this, you've got a garage to the left, and then you've got sort of accommodation on the right, which overlooks the garden. We'll see in the more detailed plans. In terms of materials, it's intended that the contemporary flat roofed elements would be in a buff-coloured brick, which would complement the stonework and be somewhat reflective of the former filter house building. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible. I think some members suggested whether it was possible to reuse the brick, or certainly something we discussed in the meetings. It wasn't possible to reuse the brickwork, I'm afraid, from the existing building. It was just too far gone and would result in a less than satisfactory appearance. So these next elevation of the same plot 1, that's the gable elevation and the private rear garden elevation. So you can see in the main element, there's still a high solid to void ratio, more glazing in the more contemporary elements. But the houses clearly do have a feel of their time rather than slavishly reflecting the traditional architecture of the Peak. And that's the final elevation. So that was plot 1. I won't dwell too much on the layout. There's 2 car parking spaces and 4 bedrooms. The plot 2, similar articulated form, single garage. Again, in elevation, I'll jump to elevations. In the elevations, you've got, again, the 2-storey form in stone with with the more contemporary single-storey elements. This would be the entrance building on the right-hand side, if you remember the layout as you approach the site. And then the rear private elevations of plot 2. These would face into the trees, which largely screen it from public views. There may be a few little filtered views through the trees from the public footpath, but they certainly would not be visible in the wider landscape. And then down the spine road of plot 2, the elevations there. And then again, the private rear-facing elevation. That right elevation is set well back with the garden in between. And then just a roof plan of plot 3. This is one right at the end, which backs almost onto the Yorkshire Water building. L-shaped, single garage. And again, large glazed areas in the private areas overlooking the rear gardens and presenting a more solid appearance onto the elevations of the spine road, private garden elevation, and part of the elevation to the left onto the road. And again, the rear private elevation. So that gives you a flavour of the changes of design. And this is the final slide looking back into with the Yorkshire Water buildings behind the view in this case. We've got some montages now, sort of photo visuals that show it more in its sort of setting, which I think help. This is the elevation as you approach going up. So you've got the plot 1 to the left, plot 2 to the right, spine road down the middle, and as you go down that spine road, the right hand side of plot 2 there, plot 3 in the background, looking directly down that spine road with plot 1 to the left. And then as you go to the back of the site, again with and looking back towards the entrance with the Yorkshire Water building behind you, the end of plot 3. So, Chair, that was the revised layout, which we think fulfills the brief which you sent us away to come with a more informal layout, more reflective of its time, whilst not losing its connection with the local architecture. And hence we've recommended this for approval in the same way as last time. I'll just check, I thought there was an update. No, there's no update in that. Apart from the fact to point out the expiry of the public consultation won't end until next Friday, so any recommendation of approval today just needs to be subject to no further views contrary to the recommendation being expressed, and if they are, to be discussed with Chair and Vice Chair and the Head of Planning delegated to issue any final approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Something I haven't thought about before, but it occurred to me as you were talking. There are some existing mature trees on the site, aren't there, that will be kept? Do those need a special protection?
That should be covered by the conditions.
Well,
the mature trees
doesn't...
are all around the outside of the site. Within the site itself, there aren't any trees other than, I think, 1 or 2 very minor ones which are being removed. It was something we looked at in some detail last week, but there is a landscaping scheme. Condition 5 is to carry out a landscaping scheme, including replacement tree planting, woodland enhancement management, along with agreeing the details of the walling and hard surfacing. So it should be picked up through that condition, Chair.
Members, I'm happy to move this from the Chair. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Struthers. I've forgotten all about you. Sorry. Please take this. You know the format. Do you? Yes. You probably realise you probably don't have to say an awful lot, but please sit down and say what you want to say. So I do apologise.
Is that recording? It's 3 minutes, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Okay. Well, I'll keep it brief then. I was going to recap the previous committee and some of the comments that were received and how we've responded to them. I think probably what I'll do is I'll just highlight quickly a bit about the design and the sustainability of the scheme, which were the 2 key points which was raised last time. So what we've revised the scheme, the way that we've approached it this time is much more how we would approach a conventional site, which is focused on responding to the specific characteristics of the site rather than trying to use a traditional form with its shortcomings on the site. So the previous scheme had several issues owing to that traditional courtyard's inability to respond to the constraints and opportunities of the site. But the amended design has adapted each building to positively address each element of the site. And so the facades of each building now face outwards into the surrounding landscape rather than across each other over a small, tight courtyard. In terms of sustainability, we work with the case officers closely to develop the climate change statement, which has been submitted for the scheme. And we're pleased to see that a condition has been added requiring implementation prior to occupation. So the proposal now seeks to reduce its space heating and cooling demand through high levels of fabric efficiency, with heating being met through underfloor heating, principally supported by air source heat pump and solar thermal panels. In terms, lastly, in terms of the heritage, which was an issue that was raised last time, several steps have been proposed to ensure the correct recording and recognition of the existing filter house after redevelopment. So a full record of the existing building prior to demolition will be undertaken by our clients. with a historic interpretation board erected at the entrance so the public can understand the site's history and its recent developments. There was also a date stone, which was referred to last time, which John mentioned as well. So the intention is that's going to be set into the entrance hall close to the historic interpretation board. I think that's probably enough.
Thank you very much
Thank you
indeed.
very
Should I now change my mind and withdraw my motion? I'm happy to move that from the chair. I think somebody did second it, but I didn't catch who it was. Mike, that's right, thank you. Has any members any comments to make? In that case, all those in favour? Anyone against? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much indeed. The next item on the agenda is Top Riley Lane, Eam. We are a bit ahead of time. Are you happy to start now? Okay, thank you. Right, would you like to introduce your report, please?
Right, good morning. Yes, so this is a full application for the change of use of a domestic garden to a camping pod site. It is a resubmission of a previous application taken to committee in June 2023 and September 2023, where it was refused planning permission. Just a bit of a recap on Top Riley. It is a historic farm holding located in the east of Eam. It is located off Riley Lane, which is a single tract lane which connects to the village of Eam. It connects, it connects to Eam, and to the east it connects to the wider public right-of-way network. I'll just move on to the site, shall I? So this is a picture of a development site. As you can see, it is well, it was formerly, I believe, a woodland, but it's now formed part of the domestic curtilage of the property. This is looking south. As you can see, it's well screened in the landscape with the property to the north, behind the photograph. There's a TPO woodland to the south of the site. However, the whole of the development site is located outside of it. Top Riley currently features 4 short stay holiday accommodation units. I'll just briefly move on to the layout of the site. So here we can see there would be 4 camping pods with a car parking site located to the north, just next to the access road on Riley Lane. And here's some more photographs of the screening of the site to show its location and impact on the landscape. And here is a photograph of the car parking site. And this is, on the left-hand side here, you can see the access to Top Riley itself. And on the right-hand side, this is a public footpath. Well, it's a restricted byway, actually, which leads to the wider public right-of-way network and eventually leads to Stoke. So here we have the original application, which was taken to June's planning committee, where the pods were measured 6 metres by 3 metres, which had an overall height of 2.8 metres. As you can see, internally it had a bathroom, a kitchenette, a bed, and some food preparation area, a table, and room for a day bed. Moving on to the pods submitted with this application, as you can see, they have been slightly decreased in size, so 0.5 metres off in length and 0.2 metres off in width, with the height of the pods 2.6 metres, so a modest decrease in size. I think most notably with this application is that you can see that the WC and shower room has been replaced with a cycle store. So the actual area of the pod itself for living accommodation would be decreased in size. It's also just worth noting that as part of this application, there have been no details submitted for the where the toilets and showers will be located on site. The agent has suggested that it may be in one of the traditional buildings in Top Riley, or perhaps an additional building on site. However, that would require planning permission in of itself, and so far it has not been submitted. And here we can see the general appearance of the pods, which would be timber-clad, arched, with UPVC doors and a single door at the rear, which would be external access to the storage area. One of the reasons for refusal on the previous application was the potential impact on the public rights-of-way network and the use of Riley Lane as recreational space. At present, it serves 3 properties, including Top Riley, and it also provides access to Riley Groves, which is a culturally significant area and popular with tourists and school children alike. It's worth noting that the Highway Authority hasn't objected to this on highway safety grounds following the submission of a passing place report. So it's not a question of whether it's going to be a highway safety issue, it's rather the impact on the amenity of those users and the concern over the impact on the tranquil nature of the national park. There we go, the other passing places on the eastern section of the road. So the main reason for refusal of the previous application was its conflict with policy. RTB, RT3B and DMR1 sets a presumption against camping pods unless they meet certain criteria, which is in a woodland setting and they constitute small and simple. It is noted that the size of the pods have been decreased in a modest way. So they would measure 5.5 metres in length and 2.8 metres in width. I think just for comparison, it's worth noting the size of the pods at North Lees at the authority's camping site. So the regular 2-person camping pod at North Lees measure 3.94 metres in length by 2.56 metres in width. So these would be a fairly substantial increase on those, well, over a metre in length more than the ones approved at North Lees. On this basis, they're considered too large to constitute small for the purpose of DMR1. It is acknowledged that a section of the pod would be used for cycle storage. However, the authority are conscious about the limited control we'd have over that and how effectively it could be retained for storage purposes. Various scope it could be incorporated into the pods, but it's just worth noting that. And the other requirement of DMR1 is the simple criteria. Obviously, the design of the pods has remained unchanged with the arched timber style, and it's also removed the WC and shower room. The supporting information outlines that it has removed the kitchenette. However, looking at the plans, it does show an area for pre-preparation, potentially a sink, and the table. It is considered with this in mind, it doesn't meet the criteria of simple either, and therefore it does not meet the exempted criteria of DMR1. On this basis, it is recommended to be refused planning permission for conflict with policies RT3B, DMR1, and also the potential impact on the amenity of users of Riley Lane. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a number of speakers. The first 2 are going to be read by our Democratic Services Department. The first one is Mr. Simon Ripton, supporter.
I wish to express my full support to Mr. Belvanis' planning application. I'm a district councillor with responsibility for Hathersage Ward, in which the site is located, and I'm also a resident of Eyam. I know the applicant's site and also the character of the village well, and I'm sure, having spoken to many villagers, that my support for the application is representative of the views of residents in the village. The reasons for my support can be summarised as follows. Eyam's residential property stock has been eroded in recent years by significant increases in homes repurposed as holiday lets. Whilst tourism is an important part of Eames' economy, the growth in holiday lets has increased property prices and impacted residents, with families who are no longer able to stay in the village. Our youth hostel is currently up for sale again and at risk of being lost to private residential development. The village recently lost a major employer in the form of Cavendish Mill. The village urgently needs a sustainable holiday accommodation solution to release the pressure on residential housing, encourage dwell time in the village, which creates additional revenue to support our pubs, shop and tea rooms. Bear in mind our post office closed in February, which further erodes the character of the village and provides additional employment to local people. Mr Balvanis' proposal is exactly the sort of sustainable development that should be encouraged and promoted, and I strongly support it. I note in particular planners' concerns over the significant increase in the use of Riley Lane and the potential for harm to the quiet enjoyment. I don't intend to open a debate on the number of vehicle movements required to qualify as substantial. However, I'm confident that the impact on Riley Lane would be negligible in the scheme of things and would represent a fraction of the harm to the quiet enjoyment that is caused daily by off-road motorcycles that frequent the village and routinely legitimately use rural boats and other trails. It seems idiosyncratic to me to permit the use of petrol engine trail bikes in rural locations across the Peak Park and yet prohibit Mr Balvanis from operating a much needed business due to the occasional movement of passenger cars to and from his property. I trust you will do the right thing for our village and approve the application.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Councillor Peter O'Brien, also to be read by Democratic Services.
Dear Chair and Planning Committee members, I write in full support of the camping pod proposal at Top Riley and Eam, and as ward councillor I very much welcome it. The design of the proposal is exemplary in the way it harmonises with the natural landscape in this part of the national park, taking advantage of both the topography and surrounding treescape. The pods themselves are basic in design and construction, whilst providing a level of convenience in terms of facilities that is appropriate to the type of staying visitor that the park is seeking to attract. I consider that the combination of the number of pods and their size is entirely appropriate to the site. The site is in a highly sustainable location with regular bus services and convenience stores in Eam, and will therefore be attractive to visitors who wish to leave their car at home. Improvements to the public highway to be undertaken by the applicant will ensure that visitors who do travel by car can do so without detriment to the safety of passengers. Eam is a tourist hotspot, and it is important that visitors' accommodation can be made available which does not result in the loss of even more permanent homes. This proposal is an important and helpful way of achieving this. For all the above reasons, I consider that the application is totally in accordance with the planning policies of the authority. In particular, I consider that there is no evidence whatsoever that it would result in any demonstrable harm to the character of the landscape or the natural environment, and is very much in alignment with the statutory aims of the National Park. I would therefore urge you to give the application your full support.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sir Richard Fitzherbert. Right, Sir Richard, you've done it before for us, so we look forward to hearing from you again.
Thank you. Good morning. As you know, I'm Richard Fitzherbert and I chair our local tourist board, Visit Peak District and Derbyshire. We represent a cohort of over 400 members in our area, all different businesses, and we support and promote businesses both large and small in the national park that are of a tourism nature. In the main, they're small family operations, such as the applicant here, and they contribute hugely to the local economy. I first got involved with this project 3 years ago, and I met the applicant on site to view the ground and see his proposals. I was immensely impressed with his vision and energy, as well as his passion for the property. After a great deal of correspondence, meetings and deliberation, the planning application was brought to committee in June last, and having been recommended for refusal, was approved. Sadly, as you see from the notes, the application was deferred again, and then subsequently another application was turned down. We all know that history. I stood down, as you may or may not know, I was on Derbyshire Dales District Council along with Councillor O'Brien and now with Councillor Ripton, who have supported this application. And I can inform you, members, that from time to time our committee went against officer recommendations if there were valid planning reasons. I believe that this is one such case where new members can overturn the officer's recommendations, and Mr Yarborough will set out the detail of why. And I'm endorsing his statement when he reads it to you. I'm showing that there's great local passion for this, there's great local support from the community of Eyam and from both district councillors, as you've just heard. To me, it needs to be approved. We need to support the new businesses coming into our area, especially of a modest nature. So please, after all this time and all this angst and all this expense to the applicant, I urge you to help deliver a great asset to our area, and we need to support him. On behalf of your tourist board, our tourist board, I applaud this application, and I very much hope you will vote for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker, Roger Yarwood.
Well, here we are for a third time. On the first occasion, you overturned all the reasons and granted permission, but you were then persuaded, solely on the issue of the size and nature of the pods, that the permission would breach your policy. You were not asked at that time to reconsider your decision to accept the number of pods, or to reconsider your dismissal of the highway safety reasons. You had seen the number of pods could easily be accommodated, and you concluded that as a highway it was unreasonable to apply a policy designed to protect footpaths. Yet the refusal notice that was issued contained those reasons, and they're in the officer's recommendation here. I trust that whatever conclusion you reach today will not be duped into accepting reasons for refusal which you have previously found unsound. The only remaining issue is whether the pods are small and simple. I have three issues to raise in that regard. The first is interpretation of policy. Paragraph 56 of your officer's report reveals that the policy was developed recognising that, and I quote, there is a growing range of accommodation, camping pods, shepherd huts, etc., which have come onto the market in response to demand for greater quality and comfort. So to meet this policy, to meet this need, you have a policy which allows for such accommodation where these are small, simple wooden structures. That's a sensible policy. Yet your officers are interpreting it in a way that denies the very form of accommodation it was designed to address, namely accommodation which has come onto the market in response to demand for greater quality and comfort. Instead, your officers say they should offer no more than that provided by a tent. People who want the level of quality and comfort provided by a tent are not the people who want to occupy a pod. My second point is what is meant by simple. We've reduced the size of the pods. They're now smaller, despite what the officer said, smaller than those you've previously approved. The only facilities they offer beyond those provided by a tent enable the occupants to make a cup of tea and clean their teeth. Planning policies cannot be extended to control what happens inside a structure unless those internal facilities change the use. For instance, if a planning requirement dictated that a house should be small and simple, you could not use planning controls to control the internal facilities. Simple, in terms of planning control, can only relate to visual impact. These pods are simple. My third point relates to precedent. When you were persuaded to change your decision and refuse the application, you were warned that to do otherwise would establish a terrible precedent, driving a coach and horses through your policy. Daft as that argument was, you accepted it and reversed your decision. In this report, no issue of precedent is mentioned. The reason is simple. You've already approved larger pods elsewhere. After inserting showers in them, that can be done without planning permission. So precedent, being such an important factor, you cannot but approve our application, but the precedent has already been set.
Okay, thank you very much, Roger. you're very welcome to stay there if you like, in case we need any questions coming up, but we'll see where we get to. Well, there you have it, members. We've got the views of 2 local councillors and obviously the applicant and Sir Roger Fitzherbert, and you have the report in front of you. Any members? Jean.
Thank you, Chairman. After looking and reading this report and listening to what we...
No, it's not on.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. After reading the report and listening to what people have said to come and support these views, I'm actually in favour of this report. It's reduced in size. It's got no highway issues that have been stated here. Councillors from district and local councillors, the local councillors support it. I think it's very basic, and that's only going from my views if I was going to stay in the pod. And they've removed all the washing facilities. I think that facility may be able to go in one of the other buildings that they already exist in their location. I'm all one for supporting local businesses and tourism. So, in my opinion, I would like just to straight away say that I'd like to move approval.
You are doing that then,
Yeah.
are you? Yes. Other members? Ken Smith?
Thank you, Chair. A couple of comments and a few questions. Question first, just on paragraph 53, I'd just like some clarification on the maths, because it said that the pods would measure 5.5 metres in length, and then that the bike store is 1.15 metres, which gives an approximate length of 3.5. Well, by my maths, it should be 4.35. I just wondered why there was a discrepancy.
It might be something called numeracy. I don't know.
I just wondered if it was the new maths again, Chair. But I'll just leave that for folk to
I
think
blame it
about.
on Europe myself. It's something to do with metric.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. I can see the merit of the location of the proposed development, and I'm not going to linger on the issues over access. I think we've rehearsed those impacts and that before. What I'm more concerned about is the fact that, as far as I'm concerned, this application has taken note of what we discussed last time, but only partially. Insofar as our concerns were that these were essentially permanent structures because they were so self-contained, the shower element has been removed, but we've no idea where the shower and toilet and other facilities are going to be. Now, it seems to me that that is only answering half of the issues that we raised last time. We aren't as fully informed as we ought to be in being able to consider this application because we don't know what facilities are going to be offered for occupants of these proposed pods or where they're going to be. And that for me, raises a big issue. We just don't know. We aren't being told. So on that basis alone, I have significant difficulty in supporting this, the recommendation that has been moved already. I think the only other thing I would say, Chair, is that whilst Mr Yarwood has pointed out what he considers to be oddities described against paragraph 56, we have to remember that in paragraph 57 it does point out that things like this can only be justified as exceptional if one hut is installed in any one agricultural holding. Now, I recognise that this is deemed to be in domestic curtilage, but I think the principle still attains. Thank you, Chair.
Right. I've got Kath Potter and then Dermot.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm speaking as a retired teacher and of the importance of the Riley graves in our history of the whole of the country. No way would I want to be in charge of children on that narrow lane with vehicles coming and going. So I could not support it. Thank you.
And Dermot?
Thanks, Chair. I also, like Jean, would like to support this, and I'm happy to second it. I listened to what Ken is saying, but surely we can condition, where the facilities. The applicant can tell us where the facilities are going to be before they start work and whatever. But I can't help thinking we've created this situation as well, haven't we, by asking them to reduce the size of these pods. I'd have been quite happy to leave them at the original size and have the facilities within each individual pod. But that's my view. I'm all for supporting the local economy. I take on board all what the speakers have told us this morning. You've got support from the 2 district councillors. It's a sort of entry-level accommodation for me, in the sense it allows people to come and stay in the park at a price level where they might not be able to afford to come and stay in these holiday cottages, which are quite expensive these days. I don't have too much of an issue with the access with the traffic and whatever, because there are only going to be 8 vehicles probably on site, and I've watched teachers with groups of children. They're well marshalled. I personally can't see that as being a major problem personally. So I'm happy to support approval on this one.
Thank you very much. Any other members? Matt?
I was in support of this last time, and one of the things that I would say is that I'm disappointed in the removal of the toilet and the toilet and shower parts of the accommodation, which makes this more difficult to support than it did last time. I supported it last time, and I'll support it this time. But I would like to see where they're going to go, because I thought that the case that was made the last time for including them to make sure that it's we're not discriminating against people who the people who would use this if there were toilets and a toilet and shower in the block, and that's So I will support it again, but I would like to hear what's happening with that.
I wonder whether you could help us with that, Roger.
Yes, there are buildings within the complex which we believe would be suitable to provide toilets and showers with very little adaptation. Alternatively, we might come back with a suggestion that one of the pods, for instance, would provide that facility. So there are options. We certainly accept the condition that prior to the commencement of the development, details of the arrangements for showers and toilets will be submitted and approved by the authority.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Can I also mention that in relation to the point raised on the school children issue, the local teacher has written a letter in support saying she does escort children up that way and she has no problem with it.
Thank you very much. Any other members? Andrew Hart.
I remember this one from before. One of the problems we have in the park is the increase in the number of day visitors and handling the day visitors. And we've got a general shortage within the park of ability to put heads on pillows. This fulfills that, but we're by forcing the removal of the toilets and showers, we're reducing the quality of the accommodation, which is now, I think somebody called it entry level, and it is entry level. We've gone back a step, I think. Anything that helps to take people off the road, and because a visitor that stays overnight spends, on average, depending upon which tourist authority you speak to, between 11 and 13 times more than somebody who's a day visitor. So I'm generally in favour of any additional accommodation and improvement of accommodation. You know, we have policies where we don't allow new wooden cabins, but we have a policy that allows the removal of caravans to be replaced by cabins. So I don't have a great deal of a problem with this. I just wish that we probably, like my colleague from Derbyshire Wildlife, that we'd have kept the toilets and the showers in and improved lifted the quality.
I understand that. Could
But
I?
subject to an agreed condition where the toilets and showers are going to, I'm prepared to support it.
Thank you. Mike?
I can see the arguments on both sides of this, but at some point in the past, the authority has come up with this planning policy, and taking a view that these pods are similar in design and purpose to to a static caravan. Now, what I don't know at this time is, have other national park authorities taken that view, or is this a bespoke policy for the Peak District National Park?
Well, the only other national park that I visit fairly regularly is the Lake District, which is packed full of chalet parks, for example. There are lots of chalet parks in different parts of the Lake District. Permanent wooden structures, they're not pods. You do see pods as you drive along the A66 towards Keswick, sitting in the open countryside, actually. Well, sitting amongst houses in fairly open countryside. I mean,
so it begs.
I think the point that there may or may not be good reasons for refusing this, but I think one of in terms of addressing tourism policy at the moment, I do think we have to understand that things have changed a lot since some of our policies were approved, and we've got to catch up with the way in which things are developing. Now, I think that's a proper planning consideration in this case, but you then have to decide whether it's the right size, the right site, the right size of pods, and the traffic issues and so on. But what we were talking about in tourism development even 5 years ago has changed huge amounts since then, not least in terms of numbers. The number of people coming into the Peak District has hardly slackened off at all since the COVID time. So we do need to take that into account. Can I just ask this? We've had it proposed and seconded. What conditions would you be suggesting if it was to be approved?
Thank you. Yeah, so we'd have obviously a standard time condition, approved plans, scheme for toilets to be agreed, whether that's a new building, one of the pods, or something else. The planting strategy to be carried out in accordance with the submitted details. Restrict the development of the pods approved so they can't be replaced by any other structure. We'd have a look at the highway conditions and see whether they're appropriate or not, but in particular the parking one. They need to remain ancillary to Top Riley, an occupation for no more than 28 days, and to remove the permitted development rights.
Okay. And would there need... And would there need to be also I don't know whether it would be a precondition or a post-condition to ensure that the road changes, the road improvements were carried out, the passing places. That would also be required.
That's right. Yeah, that's
yes.
one of the conditions.
That's a condition, is it? Not, it doesn't require a pre-agreement. No. Okay. Thank you. Any other members wish to talk? Ken Smith, and then I would like to get on to the vote if I can.
It's just on the condition issue, Chair. Again, in paragraph 60 in the officer report, it notes that the sink and food preparation area is there. So would those conditions include whatever plumbing in facilities and drainage facilities were required for each of these pods? Or does that have to be separately conditioned?
Yes, that's not been submitted as part of the application, so that would need to be agreed, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to put it to the vote now. It's been proposed and seconded. Those are the conditions, plus the one that Ken's raised. All those in favour? Those against? 1, 2, 3. 3. And anybody abstaining? Cass is recorded. And somebody was abstaining. Was that? Thank you. Right. Thank you very much. And I'm sure we'll be hearing from you again on the subject of plumbing. Can we move on next? Oh, wait, we're doing quite well. Would members like a short break now or not? Because this next one is going to take a good 40 minutes, 3/4 of an hour. No? Okay, let's move on. This, in our agenda papers, is items 8 and 9 through a slight misunderstanding. It's the repeated report, so take your choice as to which it is on the agenda. And who's introducing it? Yeah, John is in. Oh, Martin, do you want us to stop for a short while? Do you want us to pause? Are you going out? Would you like us to pause for 5 minutes? Okay, well, we'll wait for 5 minutes. Going through one of those. I don't know whether it ever happens to you. You're probably too young. I've woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning, the last 2 mornings, and not got back to sleep again.
Oh, I have terrible sleep. I'm often awake at 4 in the morning. it's ridiculous. But then you can get so much done at that time of day.
I spend all my time trying to get back to sleep again, and I invent little sort of puzzles for myself, like doing anagrams, and sometimes they take over to the extent that I can't get back to sleep again, because I'm still trying to work them out. Right, we're going to... Are we, I think we're all here, aren't we? Yes. We're going to resume now, if we can, members. It's 5 to 11. And the next item is the Tideswell Welding Services just outside Tideswell. And you're going to present it to us, John.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, this is the application site outlined in red. We visited the site yesterday with the site inspections committee. It's called the Old Lime Kilns and is the site of now what is a reasonably isolated steel fabrication workshop, which was approved in 2016 by members who acknowledged that although it was contrary to policy to which expressly doesn't allow for large new businesses in the countryside, particularly in isolated new buildings, they felt at the time that there were socio-economic benefits which outweighed that and accepted it. It's been developed and it was subject to a number of conditions, most notable of which was landscaping to better screen the building and hide it from the public views, where it's, we saw, well, probably didn't see yesterday, but we saw on a previous site visit that as you come along, this is Pittlemere Lane, this lane along the bottom, which leads from the A623 Peak Forest to sort of Tideswell Road, where you see the gable end of the building set in the trees. You'll see in the slides in a moment. You've got, the only nearest property is Bushy Heath Farm, which is situated to the east of the site. There's a large degree of intervening landscaping, so the two aren't seen together, and there's no amenity concerns between the two. But since that planning permission was granted for the original workshop, which had a floor space of 361 square metres, a number of other structures have been added. So just looking more detail in the site plan. So this was the original workshop that was granted 361 square metres, accessed from the existing access from Pittlemere Lane. There's been an extension to the front we saw on site yesterday, and some further structures added to the rear without consent, which have increased the current floor space. The proposal is in two parts. This is a second workshop building attached to the northwest side of the existing workshop. That would mirror the existing workshop we'll see in the detailed slides in terms of its design and materials. And a further a replacement for the unauthorised sort of building that's there at the moment, a new extension which wraps around the front corner of the existing building to provide offices and reception facilities. So the increase in floor space from what we approved goes from 361 to 829 with those additions. So it's more than doubles the floor space. Or as built, if you took into account the unauthorised extensions, it would go from 483 square metres to the 829 square metres, which is still a substantial increase, which you'll note from our report is contrary to the policies which allow for business expansion of existing businesses in the open countryside, which talks about them having to be modest, and given that it's over 100% increase, we couldn't reasonably consider that to be anything other than a significant extension. So the scale of the addition and its impact on policies is one of the key issues. The other is the landscape impact. So going through the slides, this is taken from Pittlemere Lane. You see the this is taken from the main A623. Looking across the site, Pittlemere Lane comes across the frontage here. The building does sit against this block of woodland, and it's coloured dark green. We'll see in more detail, had the landscaping scheme been put in originally at the time, and in the way it was originally devised, it would have been less obvious than it would have been now. This is a view, the Pittlemere Lane one, where you see directly into the site and the gable end of the existing building, and the proposed new building will sit alongside that. This next slide is from further along Pittlemere Lane, virtually opposite the site, a little bit closer to Bushy Heath, and you can see that's the existing building This is the unauthorised extension which will be replaced. The planting which was down this side, at the time it was approved, wasn't that effective. It's old trees which are past their sell-by date, shall we say. It was to be beefed up with further planting, along with new planting, to reinforce that. What you can't see in the slide from where you are now, but we saw on site yesterday, the applicant has carried out additional planting in the field here, which is still at a sort of a metre high new planting, which in time will grow up and help screen it from this side. The other planting that they've put in is on the southwest side, which is here. There's some slightly larger trees and basically a double staggered hedgerow, which has not been in all that long. Eventually it will grow up and provide some screening, and we'll see when we get to the landscape plan that the current proposal effectively puts back and what should have been installed in the 2016 approval by installing a mound, a 1 metre high mound on the inside of these trees here on the yard side. So you'd have a 1 metre high mound and planting on top, which together would obviously help reinforce the landscape screening. This is the looking back with that planting behind you. So the new building, that's the existing building, it's limestone faced and concrete down that side. The new building would go here, the new workshop, and this unauthorised building here would be removed, and the new reception office building would be in this position and wrap around the front of the building to almost to the edge of the doorway there. We'll see materials will match existing on this front side, and you'll also note here there's rising ground. There's a need we saw on site yesterday for some substantial excavation there to accommodate the new building, and that material will be used on site. It would be taken up to the top end of the site where there's a former quarry and deposited and laid out in a mound and then reseeded. Some closer views looking down, that's the front of the building, and you begin to see the nature of some of the trees which have suffered from that unauthorised building, but as I say, in their original situation they weren't particularly great. And then just to the right of those you've got the planting, a view there of the planting that the applicant's done in the field. That extends the site a little bit into the field, and there was some discussion on site yesterday about that just finishing off with a post and wire fence, which isn't a really traditional way to bound woodlands, so the shelter belts, which are normally bounded by a stone wall. I have since spoken to the applicant's agent, and they have indicated that they would be happy to add a stone wall to that to reinforce that landscaping and give it a more traditional feel in the public setting there. This slide looks down the side of the building. That's the unauthorised building there at the moment. You probably can't pick this up, but there is a black outline here showing the outline of the proposed new extension, and the red arrows are the trees which would have to come out down that side to accommodate that new extension, further impacting the screening down that side. And then looking back the other way, and then from further back along the building, and then back from the higher land at the rear, where there's a sort of a yard area which is in use for storage at the moment of plate materials used in the business, and down the side that shows the additional sort of structures, porta cabin and storage container. The applicant explained that the new workshop would enable him to keep all the storage inside and deal with bigger projects, etc. And since just going back to this slide, since we spoke on site yesterday, he has confirmed that he wouldn't need this rear yard area for external storage going forward. So he's happy for that to be deleted from the proposal, and that area would just become additional grassland, which would support the biodiversity gain on the site. So just running through the slides of the building itself, that's the current footprint of what's there on the site at the moment, and as proposed. So new extension, significantly cut into the ground, a large retaining wall, and then this is the existing building replaced by this current proposal for offices and ancillary facilities. Roof plan shows that on the southern slope of the existing building there would be PV panels will be added, extensive area there either side of the current translucent roof lights. And this plan just shows the extent of, probably the main thing to show you is that, find my cursor, where is it? Well, I think you see the blue area. This area here is where up to the old quarry is where the excavated material will be disposed of on site. And some of it would be used to create the 1 metre high bund down the southwest side of the site, upon the top of which the additional planting would take place. And then this area, and the lighter yellowish area to the back would become a green grassland, as it's no longer required for storage. I don't think that adds anything more than shows you the sections, which you probably can't pick up, but I've talked about those through the mounding of the spoil removal and the tree planting to the left. And elevationally, that's what we've got at the moment, with the new building an extension alongside. The front of that would be faced in limestone to match. It'd be about 1 metre higher than the existing building. So you can see, if you think back to the site photographs from Pittlemere Lane, it would still be a significant additional element in the landscape until the landscaping grows. And that just shows the section through with the amount of material to be removed and the elevation as existing proposed from that top side. You can see it's cut back from the existing gable. And again, the other side from the rear, this is very much a private elevation existing and as proposed. And then from looking up from Pittlemere Lane, the existing side and the proposed side, where you'll see you wouldn't see much of the building behind in this view, but the new extension would be clearly visible once the trees have been thinned out until the new planting grows on. And then that's the overall landscape plan, which I've largely talked about. So the two key issues are obviously the conflict with our policy, because this is a significant extension to an existing building which we acknowledge is already there, and it's the landscape impact. Obviously the planting now proposed pulls the scheme back to broadly where it was before and takes it further in terms of biodiversity. But the advice from our landscape architect is that, I'll just quote him, that he acknowledges that the amended scheme is an improvement to what was originally submitted, but he still considers that the scale and massing of the proposed building will still result in it being a significant new detracting element in the landscape, certainly in views from Pittlemere Lane and the public right-of-way which runs north from Pittlemere Lane towards Batham Gate, there to the southwest of the site. And given the height and massing of the building, the planting won't provide sufficient screening until it's established and started to mature in 10 years plus, question mark. We should also note that this application is similar, but is an improvement and effectively a resubmission over the scheme which was refused by officers under delegated powers in 2022. The key difference between the two, although it was refused on policy grounds for it being a significant extension, is that the scheme we refused before was flush with the front elevation, the extension, and it did extend and wrap around the back, but from public elevations it was broadly the same landscape impact. But on those landscape and policy reasons, Chair, the officer recommendation it remains one of refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two speakers. First of all, Councillor Alison Daniels of Tideswell. Do you know the form? There's a little button somewhere on there which you press, and when the red light comes on, you have 3 minutes. Yes, the button, yeah. That's lovely, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alison Daniels. I'm self-employed and I live in Tideswell all my life. I'm here on behalf of the Tideswell Parish Council, who support this application from Tideswell Welding Services, a highly skilled family-based business employing 12 full-time local staff, a business that has developed over the last 40 years and gives back into our community and economy 365 days a year, every year. The current application covers 2 main areas. The development of the office and reception area, which when replacing porta cabins and such lights, don't really require too much further explanation. It will be an improvement regardless. The second part is the modest extension to the workshop. The word modest was referred to many times yesterday during the site visit, but it's all about perception. To a company such as Hope Cement, a large company, it will be something rather small. To a person sat working from a small office at home, what is put there would be huge. To the workforce and prosperity of Tideswell Welding, it means enabling a local business to work in a better, safe, purpose-built environment, allowing their business to grow, meeting the needs of their loyal customers. Yesterday, we stood on the track to the side of the proposed extension, our heads level with the gutter level of the existing workshop. The new extension requires an enhanced height of 1 metre to cover the use of the internal crane. This is still way below the tree line and landscape that was to the rear of us. Therefore, it is considered that there is no impact on the current landscape. Addressing the landscaping, to many the yard to the front looks like a large empty space that needs filling and made to look attractive. The area is clean and tidy and has a new tree line boundary, part of 275 new trees planted along with no bund currently being in place as recommended previously. The area needs to be kept as accessible as possible to allow for more mobile crane access and low-loader lorries to provide transportation of the huge fabrications produced on this site. Looking through the many letters of support, the letter from Mr. Cooper, the nearest resident, sums it up well, and I quote, "Since the development of this site, they have continued to enhance it further." I've spoken to many people this week in Tideswell and the parish regarding the appearance of this site. A lot of people have strong opinions because of recent developments in our area which have impacted on the community. Nobody had any concerns about the appearance and the access to Tideswell Welding Services with the proposed site and as it is now. We urge you as the Peak Park Planning to support this application as we, Tideswell Parish Council, do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then I have Mr. Andrew Bettany, the applicant. Right, we will give you a reasonable time to make your case, Mr. Bettany.
I'm not the best at this. Good morning. My name's Andrew Bettany, and I am the applicant for this item. I am Tideswell born and bred and set up Tideswell Welding Services 40 years ago, initially working from the boot of a car. Our main jobs are welding and fabrication, with the emphasis on heavy plant engineering. And we've just recently touched into the renewable energy sector. In 2016, the committee supported our business by granting permission for the existing workshop on site today. The business has grown and we now employ 12 people, mostly local people in local villages. Their jobs are highly skilled and specialised, and we pride ourselves on training and retaining young people in our local area. We have good links with colleges and provide apprenticeships and work for experience and also young people. We are desperate for more space for 2 reasons. The first is the new health and safety legislation relating to fume extraction and working space. This will have a huge impact on our capacity within the existing building. The second is for expansion, to allow us to have a higher craneage, storage space and painting booth to allow us to finish jobs on site. The size of this proposal is greatly reduced over the original refuse scheme. The proposal includes extensive tree planting, landscaping and biodiversity enhancement. 275 new trees will be planted. This is a huge improvement over the existing and approved landscaping schemes and would screen the extension from all views. No lights are left on at our workshop after working hours. I don't foresee additional floor space would generate more vehicle trips as steel is bought in bulk with economics of scale would come into action. It would also allow us to take on larger jobs. Being situated where we are, we act as a central hub for many businesses in the area being surrounded by the quarrying industry. There was comment yesterday about the storage area at the rear of the site. This issue has now been resolved with the planning officers through our agent. In summary, we are a local company providing skilled jobs to our established workshop and service to many people and businesses based in the Peak Park. I would ask the committee to continue to support and that you reconsider the officer and recommend that the grant planning permission for the proposals. I do care about this site and how it is kept.
Thank you, Mr. Bettany.
I am happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I beg your pardon. Members, well, basically there are two issues here. One of them is the principle of development, and then the secondly is whether what is actually being proposed is the best that can be achieved for the site. Jane, you wouldn't like to turn that off, would you, please?
Sorry.
Thanks very much. And the second is obviously whether what we've got here is the best that can be achieved for the site. So, members, we did a site visit yesterday. I've got Ginny first, then Ken, then Mike. Right, Ginny, Ken, Mike.
Thank you, Chair.
Martin.
Yeah, it was very valuable to actually go and see this on site yesterday and see the different levels. There seems to be quite a bit of the concerns that we had about the storage being resolved. And also I welcome the idea of having the wall as well. This is a local business. It looks as though it's a highly valuable business. It's employing local skilled people. And I would like to approve this. So I'm moving it for approval.
Thank you very much. That's moved and seconded. I've then got Ken.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I can see why the application is recommended for refusal, and I don't think officers probably had any other option. Nevertheless, I think sometimes members have to look at the picture through perhaps a slightly different lens, and Ginny has begun that process. For me, it's an opportunity, I think, to regularise the unauthorised developments that have occurred. It supports, as has been said already, a successful business and will enable its expansion and will maintain and perhaps even extend job opportunities in the area. I think my likely support for the application would be dependent on the landscaping being implemented, but it hasn't up to now, and I think that doesn't help the applicant's case. But I think if the landscaping was implemented, then there's a lot going for this. I think we have to recognise that there are occasions in the National Park where small businesses have effectively outgrown their locations. We've previously had to consider one of the businesses south of Bradwell, I think it was, the plastics industry, site where that needed some expansion, and I hesitate to mention Bell Engineering because of the scale, but nevertheless, it is an example that I don't think I would like to follow. But I think we probably have to recognise that if this was approved, it will be a case of thus far and no further. I don't think there's opportunity or area for further expansion. I think I take on board the comments from Councillor Daniels about the need for manoeuvring vehicles and the rest, but I think a bund to heighten the initial planting would be essential to accelerate the process. I mean, one of the things that I noticed was that the relative large spaces between the trees that have been planted already, and I'm mindful that this is a very exposed site, which means that growth will be slowed down. And I know that, for example, around Minninglow, a nursery crop of conifers was utilised to give protection to deciduous planting. I don't know, I'd be advised by those with more knowledge and skills than me on this as to whether that would be appropriate to help accelerate the inevitable delay that will occur if landscaping goes ahead. One question that it does raise, Chair, is that we have seen and had reference to and acknowledge the usefulness of the background tree growth in screening the application. Is control of that growth within the control of the applicant, or are we dependent on the goodwill of others to manage that planting? I think it's an issue that we perhaps need to consider. Thank you, Chair.
We can, looking at that plan, see that it's all within the application site boundary, so I presume it is. Can I move on? Well, you can come back on that later. I've got Mike Chaplin next, and then Martin.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, officers, for the presentation. I have to remind myself that I'm here in the Peak District National Park, not back in Sheffield, where there are still, despite what happened in the 1980s, you will still find engineering works, and quite a lot of them will still have a yard outside where lots of equipment and finished materials await storage to be taken off to their destinations. And clearly this this workshop has done precisely that, and they have space out the back where they have accumulated stuff ready for being moved on to be sold off or to be used later or for whatever purpose. I do commend Mr. Bethany. I mean, 40 years you have built this business up, and you got to the point in 2016 where you needed a workshop. Now here we are in 2024, and we are talking about, to use your words, heavy plant engineering. And this is heavy plant engineering with cranes and all the other equipment going on in the middle of the countryside, in the open countryside. And I do struggle to get my head around that. Now, in other towns and cities, businesses expand, some businesses contract. If they're contracting, they may have to look for smaller premises. If they expand, they have to look for a new site, an appropriate site. And I just worry that, despite what we've said, what Ken said just now about going, if we agree this today, we don't want to see further expansion in the future. But there's all this land around about. So you could be coming back in 2032, and I won't be on the committee then, with another application to expand the business further. Now, the comparison was made with Hopeworks. Now, we have a tradition in the Peak District National Park that mineral extraction, you know, whether it's for building materials or for minerals such as lead or for fluorspar or whatever, that is acceptable, and we accept that. And we also accept that this is a farmed landscape, and we allow for farming development to proceed and to modernise. But I can't find anywhere where we accept it for major industrial development. We're not talking about a workshop anymore. You know, your business is going from strength to strength, but should it really be here inside the Peak District National Park?
If I may, I'll come back to you on that when I've heard what others have got to say. Martin?
Right, I know of this business because it's, although it's not in our parish, it's actually very close to the parish border. Talking to parishioners, they were quite surprised that it could actually be seen. The view was that it is actually quite well hidden, certainly during the summer. Looking at it yesterday, it was clear that they currently have very limited space. I would certainly not like to be in a position where I was accepting delivery of a large item for repair on a lorry, and was shown pictures where there seemed to be very little space between the top of some of the things which were being brought in and the cranes. And they also do provide high quality jobs and high quality training, which are things which we want to encourage within the national park. Yes, they could move to Buxton or they could move to Sheffield, but then the jobs would disappear to Buxton or Sheffield. So that's a major issue. I am a bit concerned about the level of excavation being proposed. It does mean changing the landscape quite significantly, and it also means losing access to the quarry area behind the at the rear of the site, and that I think we should consider.
I then have Matt, and then it'll be Andrew.
Yeah, it's really interesting to hear what's been said. One of my concerns is about the concept of regularising, which I find really difficult to deal with. And I found it really difficult to deal with on Derbyshire Dales, and so I think that we decided in 2016 that it was appropriate for development to happen on this site, but we decided that it was appropriate for development to happen on this site with these conditions in place, and those haven't been followed, and regularising means that people have done things without seeking planning permission, without going through proper channels, and so the concept of regularising I find really difficult to deal with, because what is the point of a planning system if we then go back and give retrospective planning permission? And I know that's not what's being done here, but that is what's being talked about here, that actually what we're doing by looking at the new office section is regularising the work which has been done without planning permission. Well, if people are doing work without planning permission, why are we here? And so I have some concerns about that. I completely get the point about the business. I think it makes sense for some of these things to be being done within the national park, because of the climate change implications of them, of exporting the industrial works outside the national park, because you're just going to increase the amount of movement. So I get that and I understand that, but I do have concerns about you know, making sure that conditions are adhered to, that, you know, we're not condoning the construction of construction without planning permission, and so that, you know, that's where my.
Thank you very much, Matt. And then Andrew.
Yeah. Been on this authority long enough, on this Planning Applications Committee long enough. It's about 7 years now. Other people have got far more time in than I, but you see things much better that they come to us with a planning application than they end up an enforcement list, which gets longer and longer and longer, more difficult to deal with. They've obviously hit a particular juncture in time. They're formalising what they've done without permission, which is fair and reasonable. They're anting up for that, and they're looking to the future. It's not like having a business outside the park. They've got a business inside the park. Their options for moving to other sites within the park are a lot less than they would be if they were outside the park, but the jobs wouldn't be here. And we have a rapid change in the way that agriculture will be looked at. And we've allowed expansions of farm buildings for agricultural purposes that are far more intrusive than this one is. I'm quite surprised by the photo. I apologise, I was not able to go onto the site visit, but I have seen from the photographs is that it's like a parish colleague, that it's pretty well hidden. I like the idea of the bund because it gives an extra metre or so. It raises the trees up and helps to increase the foliage ahead of schedule. And I think ought to be encouraged around about more often, because I've seen it happen on other sites elsewhere, and it's a very effective method of doing it. It also relieves the possibility of removal of spoil off site as well, because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy in some respects. I'm going to give it some support here because I was on Peak Leader for several years and giving grants away to people within the park area to enhance businesses and keep them within the park wherever possible. And I find it difficult to countenance the prospect of exporting jobs outside the park. Engineering companies tend, when they've got skilled people, to pay better than a lot of industries around about. And I'm quite happy to support that. They've got a scheme to have a very good record. They're trying the best. They've anted up for what they've done without permission, and they're looking to formalise that. And therefore it's got my support.
Thank you very much. Can I just come back to Mike? If you'd been here on the 18th of February 2016, you'd have heard me saying something very similar, because that was the date when this was first approved. And I think if the applicant will stick his fingers in his ear and not listen for a moment, I think I not only voted against it, but I asked for my vote to be recorded against it, because I knew that this was the inevitable result of what would happen. But it did happen. And it's been a success. And actually, I drive along the main road there a lot, and I keep looking for this site and never seeing it. I mean, it's not prominent in the landscape, and there is, if I may say so, a sort of tradition that's or a history, if you like, particularly in the Hope Valley area, the broad Hope Valley area, of working hard to retain some of these sorts of businesses. It started some years ago when Carbolite closed in Bamford, and the then chairman, Sir Martin Doughty, turned over backwards to try and find them a new factory site, which you can still see now on the edge of the railway line in the middle of the Hope Valley. There's a huge factory just down the hill from here that you would never know there was there normally at Hasselbach, just tucked up a little dale, which we, I think, doubled in size about 8 or 9 years ago, something of that sort, wasn't it? And I think this factory is very much in that tradition. If the same situation was happening a couple of 100 yards from the national park boundary, you might slightly take a different view. But this is really as middle to the national park as you can get. Everything else is travelling outwards, isn't it, to find the jobs, keeping the jobs in here. And if you think about it, if you talk about saying, well, you've got to move, where would they move to? They would either move out of the park, or they might, for example, move to somewhere like the Tideswell Industrial Estate, where visually they would be far more in evidence than they are where they are now. Because it would be in an open landscape. It might have been amongst other factory buildings, but it would have been very visible and very, very obvious. For me, despite the fact that I had very strong reservations about the earlier application, this is a no-brainer. And so long as the planning conditions, which I think we must ask about, so long as the planning conditions meet up to it, I have no problems in supporting this at all, despite my earlier concerns, if that helps. John, could you tell us, if we do go for approval on this, because we have it proposed and seconded, what conditions would you be suggesting?
Yeah, I've prepared a list and amended it as I've heard the way the debate has been going. Start off with the standard time limit for commencement of the agreed development. Second one, carry out in accordance with specified approved plans and the various documents that have already been submitted, modified by the removal of the storage area, which the applicant has confirmed. Agreeing details of the package treatment plant that deals with the foul water drainage and etc. Noise attenuation measures for the building. Details of the solar panels. Design specifications for the roof wall, colour, external surfaces, etc. Stonework to match on the front elevation. Restriction to the use class for the engineering use and change to no other within that. Hours of operation to be the same as now, I believe, 7 in the morning till 5 at night, Monday to Friday, no work at weekends or bank holidays. Hours of delivery restriction to within those times. Restriction on external storage. Restriction on external activities so that the business only takes place within the buildings. We've got conditions suggested by our ecologists to supervise the works to the root protection area of trees to the south when the special foundation design goes in. Tree protection conditions, fencing to protect existing trees that are being retained. A landscape management plan, which is important to pick up the wider point about managing the whole site, and planting and retention of the existing landscaping scheme that's been submitted, amended by removal of the storage area and that going to grassland or such other planting. The breeding birds condition, so no work taking place to the trees, etc. during the breeding bird season, unless a suitable check's been made, etc. by an ecologist. Lighting scheme, no external lighting other than in complete accordance with a scheme to be agreed. And I can't read one of my last notes here. Consideration of... No, I think
that gives us a clue, doesn't it?
Unless there's anything else you want to add.
It's been proposed and seconded. Those are the suggested conditions, which I presume the proposer and seconder are happy with. On that basis, can I ask for all those in favour of permitting this development on those terms? Anyone against? Anybody abstaining? Thank you, that is carried. Thank you, Mr. Bettany, and your colleagues. Thank you. Right. We were doing well, but we've now got half an hour behind. because I don't think we were allowed enough time for that last one. Are members happy to carry on, or do they want a quick break? No.
Do I need to leave for this item?
Only if you think you're so closely attached to it that you can't stay here. I mean, have you been discussing this application with your colleagues and all that sort of thing?
I haven't.
Or do you just
but
know
my
that
colleagues
they're
are quite closely involved with it.
Well, if you're closely involved with it.
I'm not, but my team are.
But you don't. Do you know anything about it through your team?
No.
In that case, I think you're fine. Right. We're on to land west of Edale Road, Barber Booth, and Will, you're going to introduce it for us.
Right, yeah, so this is a full planning permission for the seasonal use of land for eco-camping with the siting of 3 bell tents and amenity facilities with associated access, parking, landscaping with ecological enhancements and conservation. So the development site is in a field parcel located off Edale Road in Barber Booth on the southern slopes of Edale Valley. The site is agricultural in nature, featuring rough grassland and is currently grazed by ponies. The red line area, there is no southern boundary, with the site being one with the blue line area as shown on the plan. It is a varied topography with gullies, streams, but it primarily slopes to the south towards the Great Ridge and Lord's Seat. There are no public rights of way on site, but the southern boundary of the blue line area is Chapelgate, Bridle Way, and there is an existing agricultural access onto Edale Road. Zoom in onto the site there. The closest neighbours are Littlewood, which is 50 metres to the north in Barber Booth itself, and there are other properties located to the southeast and southwest, which are approximately 150 metres southwest and 215. So this is the red line area of the site. The northern boundary of the site is a small copse of trees with a small copse of pine trees to the southwest. So the northern boundary is completely tree covered. You can see some existing ponds on there at the bottom of the site. And you can also see the outlines of the existing structures on site, which have been there for some time. Just to give an update on the policy position of the application, so the bell tents, under policy RT3B states that the siting of static caravans, chalet and lodges will not be permitted. And DMR1 outlines that yurts will be considered in accordance with that policy. They will be temporary in nature from April to October. However, they will still be prominent in the landscape for an extended period of time, so their siting should be given full consideration. So the application should be determined in accordance with the policy unless material planning considerations indicate otherwise. And here we have the site plan of the red line area of the site, which shows the access from Edale Road with the siting for 4 car parking spaces, and also the pathway down to the north of the site, which shows the siting of the bell tents, the hot tub, and the shower and toilet facilities. You can also see the package treatment plant as well in the northeast. So here's just a kind of a mock-up plan of what the site would look like with the planting strategy. But here is a more detailed copy of the landscaping. So as you can see, the site proposes substantial planting across site, including reinforcement of the eastern boundary with hedgerow planting. There's also substantial planting around the car parking area and also on the eastern boundary. You can also see here that the car parking area would be grasscrete, so would kind of grass over once installed. And here is the entire site plan, including the blue line area of the site, which is in the applicant's ownership, which shows additional planting with additional hedgerow planting as well. So One of the particular areas of this application is the ecological enhancements. So this application has been submitted by a preliminary ecology assessment and a biodiversity net gain matrix assessment, which shows that within the red line area of the plan, excluding the blue line, there would be an on-site net gain of 1.4 units, which is approximately 29.4% biodiversity net gain, with a linear habitat gain of 1.48 units, which is 618% net gain in that regard. So this significantly exceeds the soon-to-be 10% biodiversity net gain, which will be required by the Environment Act. And the Peak District ecologist advised that, subject to conditions, the development would not have an adverse impact on the biodiversity interests of the site. In addition to the measures proposed in the red line area of the site, there's also some measures proposed in the blue line area. So one part of this is the additional landscaping, which would take place across there, which whilst may provide some ecological enhancements, there were some concerns raised by the ecologist about the impact on present species on site, potentially wading birds such as curlew and lapwing. And additionally, the applicant has worked in collaboration with the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust to prepare a management plan which covers the blue line area of the site. The applicant has prepared a draft unilateral undertaking which, if entered into, would require that the site be reserved for the ecological enhancements for 30 years. There's obviously a pertinent question of whether the unilateral undertaking is necessary and required to make development acceptable, and we'd also need to, if members were minded to approve it, see whether the management plan is detailed enough with concise recommendations so that it could actually be entered into, because it needs to be precise to meet those, to meet the requirements for a legal agreement. Then we'll move on to the next slide. I'll stay on this one actually. As we can see on this side, we have the neighbours in proximity. So we have one to the west and one to the east. The application has been supported by a noise assessment, which outlines that the noise from 3 residents on the site would not exceed the ambient levels of the residential rural location. So it's felt that there would not be an adverse amenity impact by virtue of the 3 bell tents. Similarly, some representations raise concern over the increase in traffic and that this would have a negative impact on the amenity of the locality. However, it is acknowledged that the capacity of the site is limited and Edale Road is well used for walkers anyway. So it's felt that the addition of the bell tents would not have an adverse impact on the amenity of the area. So just a bit of details on the access, which shows that a car can enter and exit in a forward gear. The first 5 metres of the access would be hard standing, whether that be tarmac or other, it's unclear so far. So that would obviously have a small but noticeable adverse impact on the setting of Edale Road in that section. And here we go, we have the elevation of proposed bell tents, which show that they would have a 3 metre apex, and also shows the relationship between the showers and toilets, which would not be as tall as the tents and be located to the north of them. And here we have the plans which show that the bell tent would have a diameter of 5 metres. And there you can see the relationship between the hot tub and the toilet located to the north of them, or behind them if you're looking from the north. And here we go, here are the what the shower and toilet units would look like. They'll be coloured juniper green, which is one of our standard colour specifications for development, particularly agricultural development in the countryside. And these are some photographs taken from a site visit in April 2023. So this is looking north down the site from within the site, where you can see the bell tents and clearly their form in that very local landscape. And moving on, we've got this photograph, which is taken from Lord's Seat on the Great Ridge, which is to the south of the site. This viewpoint offers panoramic views across the landscape, and as you can see, the development would take up a very small portion of the landscape. It would be visible, but constitute a very small visual impact on the landscape. So this is from Chapel Gate, which is the Bradaway to the south of the site, looking down. This is from its kind of entrance onto Edale Road. As you can see, they would be visible from this viewpoint. But what this plan doesn't show is the additional planting which has since taken place on this boundary, which, if left to grow, would obviously screen it. And another viewpoint, this is from the centre of Chapel Gate, where you can see the kind of the topography and existing vegetation largely screens for development. And again, from the west of Chapel Gate, again, you can see two of the pods at the very north end of the site. So this application has been submitted by the landscape strategy, as I've shown before. Whilst without this planting strategy, it is clear that the development will be visible on the landscape. However, this planting strategy has been developed in collaboration with the landscape architect, and it was felt that if the landscape strategy was carried out in complete accordance with it, it would largely screen the development. But that is obviously contingent on the landscape strategy being carried out in full and maintained in full. So obviously the starting point for this application would be to refuse it, as it is directly contrary to policies RT3B and DMR1, and we do not meet the exceptional circumstances where such development may be approved, that is the shepherd's hut and small simple wooden structures. Subject to the landscaping strategy, it has been shown that the development can be assimilated into the landscape. Whilst it would be visible with glimpse views, it is felt that this would not constitute harm to the valued character of the area. It would have some small public benefits associated with the increase in tourism, which would boost the local economy. This is acknowledged to be of limited weight, as all recreational development would have the same public benefits associated with it. The proposed ecological enhancements is a significant material consideration, particularly with it going well above the required 10%. However, we are also mindful of the requirement in policy for all development to meet some form of biodiversity net gain. As noted, the applicant has stated that there is potential to enter into a legal agreement which would secure these enhancements for a period of 30 years. Again, this is considered to be a significant material consideration. However, it is not considered to be sufficient enough to conflict with the policy. It is felt that the policy should be afforded great weight, and for this application, there has not been any significant material considerations to indicate that the application should be approved. On this basis, it is recommended for refusal for conflict with policies RT3 and DMR1. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. We've got three speakers. The first is Jane Newman. Welcome back, Jane. You know the rules. Thank you.
I'm here to speak on behalf of Paul Hartog, a near resident to the proposed Bell Tent site. I'm speaking in support of the recommendation. Policy RT3 is absolutely clear that static caravans, chalets and lodges are not acceptable in the National Park. Policy DMR1 in the later Development Management Policy document develops this in two ways. One, it sets out that yurts, shepherd's huts, etc. are treated as static caravan, chalets and lodges, and two, that the only exceptional circumstances are simple pods in woodland locations and single shepherd's huts at farms. That is existing wooded locations, not locations that may become wooded in future. There is no scope in the policy to make case-by-case judgment about landscape impact. It is clear that there is no exception that applies to this application, and therefore the policy dictates that the proposal is unacceptable. The policy exists to preserve the landscape of the national park and also to direct new holiday accommodation into heritage assets to secure their restoration. To permit this kind of accommodation is harmful to those policy outcomes. I give planning advice to many landowners in the Peak District, and the enthusiasm for low investment, high return holiday accommodation such as this is understandably high, as it's very lucrative. If the policy was permissive, these structures would prevail from Sheffield to Manchester in the landscape. The development is in an open and undeveloped area in view of the Great Ridge, which is one of the most visited areas of the Peak District, particularly in the summer months. If you were to take a view that the development is acceptable, you run the risk of undermining the strategic and clear policy position and will not only undermine the advice people like me give to landowners, but will also undermine the ability of your enforcement officers to take action in relation to the many unauthorised yurts, pods and shepherd's huts that they're trying to address. Making decisions contrary to key policy principles reduces public confidence in the planning system. The application offers ecological benefits, but these are not well related to the scheme and fail to meet the legal tests for planning gain. If you applied the same suggestion that localised ecological benefits could justify development contrary to key policy principles to other development, such as housing and mineral extraction, the impact on the national park would be devastating. My client remains concerned that the development would lead to noise and disturbance set against a very low level of background noise in this undeveloped and tranquil location within a conservation area. It would not only affect his residential amenity but also the character of the national park and users engaging in quiet recreation using rights of way. Given the location and the restrictive policies, his expectation of low levels of disturbance and noise in this location are entirely reasonable. The noise and disturbance will have an unacceptable impact on the peace and tranquility of the conservation area. The applicant refers to camping that could take place under permitted development rights. This is limited in time, subject to prior notice, and could be subject to an Article 4 direction to remove permitted development rights, as several other national parks have done. It has limited weight as a fallback position. The proposal is contrary to key policy principles for the national park. There's no overriding material consideration that justifies permitting the scheme, and it should be refused in line with recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I next have Caroline Pickstone. Good morning. You've been watching our proceedings, so I presume you know how that machine now works. There's a little red point on it somewhere, I think, probably, which...
Thank you.
And you have 3 minutes to address us.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name's Caroline Pickstone, and we've lived in Edale for 44 years. We feel very strongly about this proposal because Edale doesn't need another campsite. There are at least 6, as well as a wide range of different sorts of other accommodation available. The gains from this proposal are minimal. The benefits to the local economy have been overplayed. The 3 whole-time equivalent jobs quoted in the proposal are, in fact, seasonal jobs, which already exist to service the applicant's existing campsite at Whitmore Lee, and these jobs will transfer. The losses, however, which will result are significant. To meet the requirements of the Highways Authority, around 140 metres of hedging which is established will need to be removed to create safe sight lines for road traffic. This will cause erosion at the field boundary. The loss of these hedgerows will denude wildlife habitats, which will be further compromised by noise, disturbance and smoke from barbecues. The proposal brings no real benefit and destroys much of what is treasured here by residents and visitors who come to Barber Booth because it remains a quiet, peaceful part of the valley. Finally, the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust has been widely quoted in this application. We're members and we've therefore explored their position rather carefully. David Savage, the Landscape Recovery Manager at DWP, has confirmed by email that they have purposefully only supported the rewilding efforts in the proposal and that they're neutral on the remainder of the development. The challenge here is to disentangle the glamping application from the so-called rewilding. Unfortunately, these two have become conflated in this application and throughout the documentation, and that leads to some spurious conclusions about biodiversity gains. Mr Eyre is right in his recommendation that this proposal should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I have Mr George Galbraith, who's the applicant, to come and address us as well. Thank you very much. And you also have to press the little button in front of you, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm George. I'm the applicant. I live in Edale with my wife, about 150 yards from the proposed site. We raise livestock in Edale. We've got lots of friends in the community. I work out in the frigid Edale winds 7 days a week. We've designed this scheme to be as small scale, sympathetic, and as complementary to our surroundings as we could envisage. There's no plans for any hedge removals or any major changes that are destructive. We operate in the local area already with over 500 5-star reviews, and we're looking to relocate onto this site. We only cater for 6 people at a time, adults only, no groups, providing a cosy place to stay for a night. When we take down the site at the end of the season, you don't know we've been there. Via this plan, we'll be able to set aside 10 acres of land for a dedicated long-term conservation project. It's our belief that agriculture, tourism, conservation complement each other. We've worked very hard engaging for the last 2 years with all the stakeholders on this project, and we feel the policy is supportive of temporary camping, and a recommendation to refuse us is a little bit heavy-handed. Our proposal is very small, it's seasonal, it's glamping. We don't feel we have anything in common with yurts, pods, lodges or chalets. We went to great lengths to demonstrate this to the case officer last April. We built the full site out for them in a couple of days. We spent several hours looking at it from all the viewpoints, and then we took the whole thing back down again. We feel that really demonstrates our lack of permanence in the design. You couldn't do that with a chalet or a lodge or even a yurt. The pre-application informed us the scheme was most likely to be acceptable, with landscape being the key. The landscape officer supports us. In fact, indeed, I think it was the case officer's position for the last 10 months that he was looking to put us forward for approval. That's only changed in the last few weeks when we're discussing this minor conflict on the principle of development, but we feel it's quite minor and not as compelling. The ecologist has also been out for a detailed site visit and has no objections, subject to conditions, which we're agreeable to. In fact, we've not had any objections from any of the statutory consultees. The Edale Parish Council voted to support us. The Diableshire Wildlife Trust even bent their own rules to write in on the application to support us. We understand the need for a high bar for approval. We feel like we've worked very hard to try and hit the high bar, and that we present a good thing for somebody else to try and replicate in the future if necessary. If the scheme is refused, of course, we're able to operate under PD. It gives us 60 days, which is 30% of what we're looking for from the application. But we'd much rather go down the route of planning. We feel this gives us much more suitable restrictions. It's controlled. It holds us accountable. It means we can then have the facility to invest in the screening, the ecological enhancements. We can invest in the rewilding project. We feel this application is a significantly better outcome than operating under permitted development. We do not feel the policy conflict alone is reason enough for refusal, especially in light of the ecological environments. We're really proud of it. 3 minutes isn't long enough to talk about it, I'm sorry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Just in case there are questions that come up, we'll leave you there for the moment, if that's all right. Can I just ask something? As I know I've asked this outside the meeting, but I'd like to be absolutely clear about it. It's the point that Mr. Galbraith has just made, which is that because these are structures that will be taken up and down every year, you cannot equate them with chalets, pods, and other things which the policy applies to that are there permanently. That, I think, is the point that he was trying to make. Can we just deal with that one first? There is a logic, is there not, in what he's just said, if I can put it that way around?
Yeah, so the supporting text policy DMR1 states that some of the newer products, such as chalets and lodges, but in particular one of them is a yurt, and it's felt that these bell tents are very similar to yurts and should be considered akin to them, and that is explicitly outlined as being contrary to policy, regardless of their permanence.
Well, it must be about permanent. This is what I'm struggling with. Brian, can you help us?
Yeah, well, I mean, planning is often about fact and degree, isn't it? And there are rules and terms set to help us define that. And we mentioned permitted development. That was up to 28 days in some areas. It's been increased to 60 days for this. Beyond that, it's development. And that's what we have to deal with and apply policy against. It's regarded as permanent, you know, in that respect. It will come back consistently and will have a degree of permanence to it, you know.
So that's the argument about permanence, that it comes back every year.
It's seasonal, so yeah, it's there.
So that's the argument you're using.
It will
Okay.
keep coming back, and for long periods of time through busy periods.
Right. Okay. Members. Any thoughts? Difficult one, this.
Chair, if I may, again for clarification, one thing that doesn't seem to have occurred, well, there's two things I want to clarify. Power supply for the shower units, the hot tub, how is that going to be provided? The second question is, we have heard from one person that hedgerows are going to be removed because of the visibility display requirement, yet we've heard from the applicant that no hedgerows are going to be removed. What is happening with hedgerows, please?
Will, can you answer both of those, or should we ask?
Yeah, so was the question about power to the structure? So I believe everything's going to be powered by fire, basically. So the hot tubs would be be warmed through a fire. Barbecues, and I think everything else would be battery powered, I believe. With regard to water supply, it's proposed to have a tank underneath to the rear of the sites, which would connect to a kind of a drainage basin at the bottom of the site, which would be periodically pumped to the north of the site for removal from a licensed waste operator. And sorry, what was the second point about the...
Well, but just on that answer, because it says at one point in the report that wastewater is going to be pumped to a holding tank.
Mm-hmm.
Is that gravity fed, as it were? In which case it's not being pumped. But what's powering the pump?
So yes, it would be, well, it'll be going uphill, so it won't be gravity fed. Those details haven't been submitted. I believe in my draft conditions that has been addressed, so whether it would be a temporary generator to pump it upwards. In any case, it's not anticipated to be that frequent anyway, so it wouldn't warrant its own supply.
And there was the question about the hedge.
Yeah, so there has been, when the original application, there was some concerns about some hedgerow had already been removed. But I believe from looking at the plans, there would be some hedgerow required to be removed, but in addition to that, there is also the planting of additional hedgerow as well. So it's a question of what that impact is, the removal of the hedgerow directly on the boundary of the highway versus the additional planting required on the eastern boundary. Shall I show you a photograph?
No, could you actually go back to the very first, I think it's probably the very first shot, which is the application site, blue and red.
Mm-hmm.
That's one.
Oh, is that okay? Yeah.
Yes, that'll do if you can get it smaller. No, we need the other side.
Okay.
That's the one.
Is that okay?
So the roadside hedge is within the area of the application, which is the red, but the ownership is the blue. So the roadside hedge is outside the ownership of the applicant. That's right, isn't it?
I believe that's highway land, yes.
Which is the bit of hedge that's going, and which is going to replace it?
So you can see between the blue and red, you can see a line up there, which is proposed to be additional hedgerow planting, and then in front of that you can see the squiggly line, which I believe to be the existing. And if we go onto the access plan, you can see but basically everything behind the pink line would need to be removed to provide those access, that visibility displays. So as you can see there, I think there would be to the north.
Could you just sort of get up there and point out where the pink line is?
Sorry, yes. So
even from here, I can't.
These ones here. So this is what the visibility displays required for safe access.
So how much length of hedge is going on that?
Hard to say from that photograph. See if I can... Yeah.
Hold on.
Keep going.
Let's see what they're planning on.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So basically, the visibility display goes. Sorry, just to it's not working. Yeah, to clarify, the visibility display goes to just above that parking area. So if you can see that parking area on the left.
And on the below it, there seems to be a pink line that I can see on.
Yeah, so the visibility display goes in both directions.
And so we still don't quite understand what the length of hedge is that goes.
No, I couldn't give you a precise answer. I'd say within the application site, looking at maybe 40 metres, but I wouldn't say the whole of the hedge would have to go because obviously the display fans out.
Mr. Galbraith, can you help us on that? Yes, please.
There'll be no hedgerow removal, zero. I use that gateway every single day. We've demonstrated the required distance north and south on the road. It just needs to be maintained.
Right, because we were talking about replacement hedge planting.
We will be, the hedge it's got quite a lot of gaps in it, so we're putting some more gapping up in it, but we're not taking out any hedgerows.
Right. Okay.
Chair, thank you for that. I was just seeking clarification as to what was going to happen. If I may, this does seem to be a finely balanced application insofar as there's a good many positives in the officer's report, and then the recommendation is negative.
Absolutely.
Which obviously poses problems for all of us. Personally, I find it a little bit more difficult to support the application than I do the recommendation, not least because of the comments which the spirit of which I share, those made by Jane Newman. I do think that we're looking at development that is beginning to spread beyond the periphery of the settlements in the Hope Valley. The traditional settlements, the booths, are relatively well confined. There are farmsteads out in the open areas, but they themselves are confined. And I do think that permitting something like this is going to be the thin end of the wedge. It's going to set precedents that will raise hopes in other parts, both of the Hope Valley and of the National Park. I acknowledge the ephemeral nature of the proposals and the fact that they would be there for only half of the year, but nevertheless, it is that further, in inverted commas, industrialisation of the landscape through holiday accommodation of a particular form that causes me some concern. As I say, I acknowledge it's finely balanced, but I think on this occasion that the officer recommendation is the correct one.
I am wondering whether the officer recommendation, as it's expressed, fully sets down the issues. I mean, it merely says there's a policy and you're not in conformity with it. And I have to be honest with you, that the problem I'm having with it is the landscape setting, what this looks like in the landscape setting, which officers have clearly taken a different view on. And that's my difficulty.
I would just say that, and we know we've got comments individually from landscape and ecology, but it feels it's one of these areas where sometimes we make a catch-all statement about the impact on the special qualities of the national park and harm to the special qualities of the national park, which comes back to our purposes, and that is broader. So you actually then do bring in tranquility, just the principle of undeveloped landscapes, and when you add in the designations that exist in Edale, it is also a conservation area.
Huge conservation area.
It has a particular designation that is a bit different to other areas, and that is about the booths, it's about the openness, and that kind of iconic nature of the settlement pattern in there. So that's where we felt it actually, there is a policy basis, but it possibly could have been enhanced in the reason by saying harm to the special qualities of the valley.
I think that's important. By the way, aren't you supposed to be somewhere else?
I am. You're right.
Do you want to go? Yes, thank you, Brian. Well, you understand the point that Brian's making. with suitable amendments to the reasons for refusal to reflect what Brian has just said, I'm going to move this for refusal on the having regard to all the things that have been said. That's seconded by Ken. Anybody else got a view on it? In that case, I'll put that to the vote that we refuse it with slightly differently worded reasons that reflect the character of the area and the special nature of Edale. All those in favour of refusal? Anyone against? That is carried. Thank you very much. It's 12:15. I'm sorry to those who we are getting behind with. We're at Cockhill, Nether End, Baslow next. Do any members want a break before we... Right, 5 minutes. I do apologise to Mr. Baisley. That's right. Cock Hill, Nether End. Will you introduce this as quickly as you can, John?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is a full application for the erection of 3-number entry-level exception stroke affordable homes, incorporating landscaping and ecological enhancement of the balance of the land. There's the application site. It's in the centre of Baslow Village. It's within the conservation area and lies opposite the village green down at Nether End. It's a 1/4 of a hectare field. The top part of it has already been developed in the past for affordable housing, which we saw on site yesterday, which lies just to the north of the red line there, which was developed by Dales Housing a few years ago. We've got business premises to the left and the area of the green, which lies across the road to the south of that. It is designated in the conservation area appraisal as important open space that ideally should be protected from development. We've already set the precedent in the past of taking part of it for the affordable housing at the top, which lost 1/3 of the original field. This proposal now proposes 3 units of affordable housing in a single-storey, semi-sunken form, which takes a further 1/3 of the site. But crucially, in this scheme, the remaining sort of 2/3 or just over half towards 2/3 of the site would then be given over to public open space, which the applicant has inclined to give or put on a long lease to the parish council, who have indicated in writing that they would be happy to enter into an agreement and take on that space. So that shows the position of the housing on the north of the site. As I say, when I go through the slides, I'll show how they sink into the site. There is a comprehensive landscaping scheme which shows how the site would be given over public space. There will be a public footpath through the public space, which should be enhanced with further landscaping and features, boardwalks, to enhance public enjoyment of that before it would be handed over for the management of the parish council. You can see there, entrance in the top left-hand corner of the site will give access to 3 parking spaces for what would be 3 one-bedroomed affordable units, single-storey, under a green roof. The northern part of the site, you can see, for some reason, yeah. So you've got, we'll see more in the elevations. This is cut into the site, so this will be a retaining structure with gabion baskets, flanked with stone. There would be small yards at the back of each dwelling, green roof, and a small sort of yards or private open space to the front. A landscape bund in front of that, which will become more evident in the later slides, would largely screen these houses from public vantage points and enable the overall appearance of the site to appear green in the local landscape. So just run through some slides. So that's looking along the 623. Eaton Hill is up to the right there. This is the existing Dales housing and the later Housing Association housing, and this is the site itself. Rises gently up, and the housing will be tucked in this top side, and this bottom area would be the public open space. Just panning across, that shows what you don't see here is there is a retaining wall already. These houses sit above the level of this area of the top of the field. And looking more to the right, showing the character. Currently, it hasn't been well managed by the owners, just left it to go fallow, which, although biologically probably quite interesting, is not particularly attractive. And there's the entrance onto Eaton Place. So the access into the site exists from this top edge, which is the next slide. And again, the apparent difference in levels between the site and the existing housing above is evident there. So this is the layout of the houses. I've talked about each would have it's a single-storey, single-bedroom property, 59 square metres, which equates well to our 58-metre limit for 2 persons dwelling. So they are of an affordable size, and they would be of an affordable type as well through their scale. And the applicant has indicated their intention to sign up to our standard Section 106 agreement, which would restrict occupancy to local people. The design will become more apparent, but these are stone walls which separate the housing from the car parking area. The darker ones here, the vertical lines here, would be stone spine walls, but the elevations would feature areas of timber to give a more contemporary feel, which can be seen more in the next slide. So this is within those front forecourts, shall I call them, with the bund, landscape bund behind the viewer. So you'd have stone spine walls, glazed areas, timber doors and a timber fascia here, green roof above, and there are some timber arbours which would give a degree of privacy to the front from passing other residents. That's the rear, similar detail to the rear. The side elevation. This elevation is on the very much on the screen side, up against neighbours' mature planting, so it wouldn't be visible in the public domain. This would be the elevation from Eaton Place, the corner of Eaton Hill. The car parking area would be in front of landscaping as well, which would foil partly this view, but you would get a glimpse view of the natural stone flanking walling. And just remind you of the layout again. So that view we've just seen is looking across this through the parking area. And some sections through the site. That's the existing section and as proposed. So I think this really shows how these houses will be set into the ground and the excavated material creating a landscape bund in front, giving the appearance of like a ha-ha, where the housing would recede into the background, and from the other elevation as existing, and a cut through. So you've got the car parking area, which is to the left in this shot. There's the car parking level behind here. It's slightly higher than the house, but plenty of planting to foil the appearance, although you would just get glimpses of the cars through that planting. And again, that shows a little bit more detail, stretching all the way down the site. There's the bund and the hedge on top, which would screen the house from the public views from the small park leading down to the main road at the bottom there. And then just returning to the landscape plan to give context to that. So that's that landscape bund. And then there's a few visuals here which help the orientation. So this is sort of a bird's eye view, hovering above the public park area, looking back at the houses over the Bundon hedge, with the current affordable housing in the background. See the green roof and the parking area would be off to the left. And from within, or sort of hovering over the parking area, looking across. And then this is a visual on the A623, where you would just get a glimpse of the fascia and the tops of the windows of that across the parkland area, and that's existing. So, in summary to report fairly briefly, there's no highway or amenity concerns with the proposal. There are no ecological concerns. The proposal will achieve a large biodiversity net gain. The contemporary design of the houses allows for boosted insulation to meet our, or some more details will be needed via condition in the report to meet our policy CC1 on climate change, such as adding and being clear about air source heat pumps, for example. The scheme does result in a loss of more of the important open space in the conservation area appraisal, but is balanced by the proposal to establish a proper management regime for the remaining area, something which we've wanted for many years. And the Parish Council taking that on, and the applicant's commitment to that gives some security that it will be managed for the benefit of the village and the setting of the conservation area in the national park long term. The key issue is whether the houses meet identified local need. They are of an affordable size and type. You'll see in the report there was some concern about whether they would actually meet the affordability of those in greatest need, who have said, the rural housing enabler has said, can't afford to buy on the open market or rent on the open market. And whilst some of those needs may be more appropriately met by a housing association development, this is a private development to meet local needs, which could be either sold or rented but the applicant is very clear it would be sold or rented at 30% below market value, which meets our definition of more affordable. So, on balance, Chair, the recommendation from officers is to accept this contemporary scheme subject to the conditions in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have one speaker, Mr. Baisley. If you'd like to take the seat, please. You've been watching proceedings, so you know how it works. Yes, thank you. At your leisure, yes.
Chair, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. My name's Nick Baisley. I'm a planning consultant and I'm the agent on behalf of the applicant. The application proposal delivers two primary elements: the delivery of 3 one-bedroom affordable homes and significant landscape, ecological and biodiversity benefits on the balance of the land. And both elements have been afforded equal importance in the design process. The proposal is a legacy development in memory of the applicant's father, Mr. Sean Marples, who owned the land and who had previously delivered the adjacent affordable housing scheme, now known as Eaton Place. The scheme responds to the conclusions of an inspector in a 1996 appeal decision almost 30 years ago, when planning permission was refused owing to the impact of the development on the open space. Members are asked, however, to note that the scheme subject of that appeal was substantially different to what is being proposed now, not least that it comprised housing, retail and a play area and covered the entirety of the site, which is different to here. Dealing first with the 3 affordable homes, these respond to an identified need for one-bedroom affordable houses in Baslow and the adjoining parish. The design is deliberately a contemporary one, helping to minimise their impact on the open space and the amenities of the dwellings behind them. The contemporary design allows for the incorporation of a flat wildflower roof. Materials are nevertheless traditional to remain locally distinctive, including the use of local gritstone. Each property is identical and designed to be modular to ensure an economical build cost, and all will be highly insulated and extremely energy efficient to reduce the demands of the buildings and the utility bills for the proposed occupants. Each unit and parking space also cater for people with mobility issues or other disabilities. Turning then to the open space element, the site has been unkempt for decades, and members will acknowledge that this is an extremely prominent site, passed by the local residents and the significant number of visitors to the national park on a daily basis. The proposals will deliver an attractively landscaped area with ecological and biodiversity gains in abundance, all funded by the development, that will be opened up to the public for the first time and transferred across to the parish council at no cost to them in perpetuity. As a consequence of the same, the application will deliver much needed one-bedroom, affordable but high-quality homes for the village and for the council, and in a manner that will secure significant landscape, ecology and biodiversity enhancements to the benefit of the local community, where there's been no objections and just support, the character of the conservation area and the intrinsic beauty of the Peak Park. On this basis, I hope that you're able to support the application in line with your officer's recommendation and the wishes of the parish council, subject of course to a Section 106 agreement to secure the affordable housing element in perpetuity and the mechanisms for delivering the landscaped open space on completion.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, I've got 3 questions and I was going to ask myself one. Right, Dermot, and then who was the next one? Mike. Mike. I've got Matt. Kath. Right. Okay, let's start off with Dermot.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I was going to recommend approval on this and propose it. Had the benefit of having a visit yesterday to site. I think we can all agree it's a bit of an eyesore. That site hasn't been maintained and whatever. It is in a prominent location. I love the design. It's not. It's going to have low impact, I believe, on the area. There's obviously a need for the housing, and of course, for me, I always like to see the support of the local parish councils. So I'm happy to propose this.
Are you moving it?
Yes, please. I'll move it.
Thank you. I then have. I then got Mike Chaplin.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I've no hesitation in supporting the scheme, but I do have a couple of questions. Sorry, and I will say the green roof is to be commended here. Where will the bin stores be? And I noticed there is space for 3 vehicles to park, but if the residents there have visitors, they may well bring vehicles. So I'm just trying to work out what the position would be for them. Thank you.
That occurred to me on site as well.
Yeah, the bin stores aren't clearly defined on that plan. I believe there is ample space to agree their precise location within the red line site area. It's something which I'm not sure whether it's explicit in the conditions, but we can add that to make sure that is agreed, because it is an important point, especially with numbers of recycle bins that nowadays enlarge that need, along with a bin dwell area, which is equally important. In terms of parking, one of the ideas of this was to minimise the amount of impact on the landscape, on the conservation area. So there are only three parking spaces there for residents. So there is a large car park on the other side of Goose Green, public council car park, where you can park. There's also parking on street, although in all of our villages, and it seems everywhere in the country these days, that's always at a premium, but there is space for visitors to park nearby legally.
Yeah, but can I just take that up, though? Because actually, cars parked neatly behind a wall somewhere is better than being parked on the road. Are we actually demanding that there should only be 3 car parking spaces, or is the applicant insisting upon it? Because it would obviously be better to have them in sight where they can be more convenient for the people that live there and not clog up the roads, and the other car park is frequently full, particularly in the middle of the summer.
It's always a balance, isn't it? The dwellings only require 1 space. These are 1-bedroom dwellings. It's a balance between providing minimal car parking with the impact, encouraging people to move on to use alternative means of visiting their friends and relatives, and the visitor parking would be temporary, and it's not needed all the time, so you'd have a permanent greater intake of land, increased tarmac area on the site, less public open space, and more visual impact on the conservation area versus, the temporary parking for occasional visitors. So it was a combination of both, I would say.
Right. Well, okay. Right, Matt.
Yeah, it's a point really for the officer report, actually, rather than I support the application. There is the biodiversity net gain stuff is good, doesn't satisfy the trading rules, which means that there isn't a biodiversity net gain because it doesn't satisfy the trading rules. Apparently, according to the BNG metric. Obviously, the trading rules isn't a we just need to make sure that when we're looking at it, that the applications, that BNG metrics satisfy the trading rules as well as the numbers, and it doesn't in this case.
I'm
Obviously,
terribly sorry, but I'm seeing a lot of confused faces around the thing. Can you explain that in terms that we all understand?
Yeah. So the new guidance about biodiversity net gain is that there has to be a measurable 10% uplift, and obviously in terms of the numbers on this, they're significant. So there is a significant numerical addition. But there's another component to it, which is called the trading rules, which says that if you lose a habitat of moderate or high significance, you've got to replace that habitat of moderate or high significance with something of equal quality. And so when you look at the biodiversity net gain metric, you will see there are red squares in it, which say that the trading rules haven't been met. Now, the numbers can be met without meeting the trading rules, and what I've seen on a number of planning reports is that there is a net gain, but the trading rules haven't been satisfied, and the trading rules are a key component of the biodiversity net gain metric. And so, I think, and it is at the discretion of, the point about the trading rules is that they are at the discretion of the ecologists who is providing the advice, but they need to explain why they've decided not to adhere to the trading rules, which isn't the case in this in the officer report. And the other point is to say that sites that have just been left fallow are often the highest for biodiversity, and so I don't think it's appropriate that we say that it's just been left fallow, because it leads people who are not ecologists to look at it and say, okay, well, that's fine. It's a scruff. Whereas actually, that's likely to mean that it has a very high biodiversity value. Having said all of that, I think the application is a really good one, and I will be supporting it. But those two, though, it's important to make those 2 points, particularly as biodiversity net gain is now mandatory, and lots more, all applications will be coming to us with that in it.
What I'm going to ask is, could we make sure that that point appears in the minutes so that we've got a record of it, because it's clearly an important point in the discussion. I mean, I don't like putting lots of discussion in minutes, but I think that's an important point which we must keep an eye on.
I agree with you there, Chair, if I may, to jump in ahead of Mike, I'm sorry, but I think it is important. It's early days in the way that we manage the whole biodiversity net gain range of issues, and I think that kind of advice, those kind of considerations are ones that we need to acknowledge.
And we did say after the last meeting we'd try and have training now, but the Chief Executive tells me that he's going to organise some other training another time on this issue, so we'll pick it up then. Mike, I've got another speaker before you, but I'll come back to you if I may. Kath Potter.
Thank you, Chair. On Saturday, I bought a newspaper, and in it was an article by Andrew McCloy of Campaign for National Parks, and I think this is very important to us. Many of the millions of visitors that head to national parks are probably very happy with what they see and do. But behind the weekend trips and Instagram filters, there is a hollowing out of rural communities that threatens the long-term viability of the parks. A large part of this is due to the increased numbers of holiday lets and second homes, so you see why I welcome this. But when we had the Parishes Day last year, we were given, all of us, all attendees were given this document. And it's a document that tells you of new dwellings from 2006-7 up to date. And if you look at the local needs, in 2006-7, 123 were sanctioned. If you follow that through to 22-23, the total number is 7. We have to do something, and pretty quick, I think. I will agree. I seconded it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kath. Mike, sorry.
No, it was going back to the point that Matt raised, which is why I wanted to come in. But, certainly on our authority, we've had training now, and we've been told that we've got to make sure that each application, if it doesn't have 10% net gain within, then money must be set aside to get that increment in another part of the city or the planning area. But I take it you've probably picked up, Patrick, that we need to have our officers go away and have a look at this in relation to the trading rules, which I wasn't aware of, and how we can match that up and make that effective for future planning applications.
I think that is absolutely right. John, you've been trying to get in for ages.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I entirely endorse what Councillor Buckler was explaining. It's an extremely important point, and going forward, you're going to see officers' reports cover this in much greater detail, because it applies to cases going forward. Cases like this that are already on the books have just missed out on that. So it doesn't actually apply for this one. Otherwise, like Councillor Buckler has pointed out, it would have been more difficult to meet that by diversity enhancement, particularly on that point. I take absolutely 100% about the nature of the land at the moment, and it's described as unkempt form, but nevertheless high biodiversity value. So you will see a change, and officers are working closely with our ecology colleagues to receive that training and understanding to take us forward. Thank you.
Now can I ask the stupid question first? I'm looking at proposed visual number 1 at the flat roof, and which has got the greenery, got some flowers and so forth on it. Well, I've got 2 questions about it. One follows on from Matt's question, which is how possible, if that is contributing to the biodiversity, what capacity is there to retain it if somebody chooses to cement it over and paint it pink or something? And secondly, if a lot of the other vegetation that is growing round it is also contributing to the diversity equation, what ability is there for us to retain it? Now, I'm looking at that partly in the context of biodiversity, but also in the case of the flat roof. In some cases, it might be unfortunate to look at if the flat roof isn't all covered nicely with flowers and all the rest of it, if you see what I mean. And I don't know what control we have over those things. Mike?
I think a way forward, Chair, might be to condition that so that the green roofs are maintained in perpetuity.
Well, that's the sort of thing I'm thinking of. Ken, did you want to say something? Because I think I need to move on.
Sure. I'll be brief, Chair. I support the application. I think it's a really good move. Just one point, going back to the car parking issues, I recognise the affordability focus of the provision, and that usually reflects economic issues. But nevertheless, even with only 3 car parking spaces, and I say this almost on behalf of Ken Richardson, should we be looking at some kind of electric vehicle charging point, at least one?
Right, okay. Right, all those in favour of the motion, which is to approve this development on the terms set out in this report, plus those additional conditions dealing with dustbins, greenery, charging points. Okay? Right, all those in favour? Anyone against? No, that's carried unanimously, thank you. Right. We're now on to the Methodist Church at Kettleshume, and we've got 10 minutes to go till 1 o'clock. Can I have your approval, please, to proceeding after 1 o'clock? We will break soon, but we'll deal with as much as we can in the meantime, particularly if the officers can keep their presentations as short as possible, please. So the next one is Methodist Church, Paddock Lane, Kettleshume. John, you're presenting it, are you?
Yes, thank you, Chair. There's the application site. It lies on the north side of Kettleshume, off Paddock Lane. It's a disused former Methodist chapel. It's not listed, but it is a non-designated heritage asset, which is within the conservation area, and you'll see it makes an important contribution to the street scene and that conservation area. It's been empty since 2019 and is in dire need of a new use to avoid it falling into disrepair, etc. So the proposal before us is to convert it to 2 dwellings, and I hope you'll see as I go through the slides it's a sensitive, relatively low impact other than the roof lights conversion, which essentially retains the building in its current appearance in the street scene. It's flanked very closely by other residential property, the one that immediately abuts to the east there, and there's a terrace of cottages to the west. A narrow passageway down the side leading to a fairly ugly flat roof extension which provided additional facilities to the historic church, and there's private gardens to the rear. There's Paddock Lane Street to the front and a recreation ground nearby to the south. As proposed, conversion to 2 dwellings, partial demolition of the flat roof at the back, and an improved form and massing of the remaining extension to provide a back loft, which we'll see. So, leading through the slides, that's the front elevation, fronts directly onto Paddock Lane. Got some poor windows at the moment. poor window frames, I should say. Just a few details. There are two nice stained glass windows at the back of the building, which are going to be retained but relocated in another place within the building. The windows, I say, poor condition. They'll all be replaced with appropriate style, subject to details to make sure they fit within the opening. I won't dwell on that one. So this is looking up Paddock Lane. Church there, part of the roof is visible. The rear with the awful flat roof extension. You see the stained glass windows there. So this part of the flat roof would be removed, which would reveal more of the back of the building. It was also to create a small terraced yard at the back for the occupiers of one of the dwellings. Then looking back down the passage towards Paddock Lane. Right. These there's a better view of the stained glass windows. Looking the other way, again, you see the church, the adjoining cottages. New roof lights will be visible in the roof. And you can see it's fairly tight on Paddock Lane. One of the key issues for local people is the impact on parking. There is a sort of an informal formal parking area off the road there where local people, visitors, walkers park at the moment. We tried to ascertain who owned it. The county council didn't think they owned it. The parish council have told us that, in their view, the council does own it, and it's used informally by people who live in the area as well as visitors. So there is no parking formally proposed with the conversion, because there is literally, you saw from those slides, no space. So occupiers would have to share that parking area or on street elsewhere within the village, which, albeit adding to cars, when you take into consideration the church use before and what it could go to, such as, say, a nursery or play school in the morning, would be less traffic generating than those potential alternative uses. So just quickly through the slides, that's the existing floor plan with the extension at the rear. It's vertically divided centrally with one house to the front, one house to the back, spread over 3 floors. The removal of the extension, part of the extension, provides this small garden area for the rear dwelling. There's air source heat pumps, bin stores to front and rear. That's the first floor. There'll be bedrooms on the first floor, and this rear extension, the top part will be extended upwards to provide a back loft to provide for the ecological mitigation. And the very top floor, you see the pitch roof in matching stone and materials to enhance the rear there. The stained glass windows from the rear would be relocated to this side here, which would improve and resolve any amenity concerns over the neighbour's yard, which is on that side. And then the roof existing and proposed. There are a number of roof lights. These would be detailed to be heritage ones, so they would be obvious, but nevertheless not harmful overall to the conversion, which otherwise is a very sensitive scheme. So that's existing front, proposed front, very little change. Side elevation, this is a very hidden one, apart from the top of the roof where you would see some roof lights, probably only the front two in the street scene. You see the rear enhancements there. The full rear elevation existing and proposed, which reveals a lot more of the historic fabric of the church. And the back, just a section showing the back loft. And the other side elevation, again, largely screened. This is where the stained glass windows would go, because this little forecourt here is in the neighbour's ownership. Again, roof lights at a higher level to give light to that second floor. And you don't need to look at the individual sections. So, just to summarise, Chair, sensitive conversion, subject to the conditions in the report, we believe this is an appropriate scheme recommended for approval to safeguard this non-designated heritage asset and the conservation area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker, Mr. Good. I do apologise, Mr. Good. You've been sitting very patiently there. We've got behind him.
Okay, good morning. I'm the applicant. It's the first time I've ever been to a committee like this, so it's an intriguing experience. With this proposal, I'm seeking to deliver a high-quality, environmentally sustainable and sensitive conversion of a vacant building that requires another purpose, whilst also delivering much-needed additional housing to the village and national park. It's been quite a journey to get to this stage. It's taken 4 years. I've been through a long process and looking at a huge range of options for the building. With the key issues identified in the Planning Officer's report, I'd like to highlight a few aspects. First, in terms of the loss of the building as a community facility. After purchasing the building, I considered a range of options for development. It became clear that housing was the best way forward. The village already benefits from an existing village hall, so my discussions with the parish council indicated no desire for any form of additional community facility that would compete with the hall. There was a general view that housing was the best option for the building. Some councillors had a preference for smaller rather than larger units given the existing housing stock locally. I considered a single dwelling, but this was unviable in that the conversion cost would likely exceed the value. Moreover, a local estate agent cautioned heavily against it given the limited outside space, suggesting it would be difficult to sell. Next, the impact on the character and the appearance of the building. I'd like to just highlight that the comments of the Conservation Officer summarised in the report are from September 2023. They relate to an earlier version of the scheme, so are not up to date. The details of the scheme have been further revised since then to accommodate most of the questions raised, so I consider the scheme is a good outcome. Turning to privacy of neighbours, I have a good relationship with both immediate neighbours and discussed concerns relating to overlooking of the garden of the adjoining house called Brooklands. We're currently in active conversation about potential mitigation measures and have agreed to work together to look at solutions such as additional screening. I'm not convinced that obscure glazing is necessary at the rear or indeed the best option aesthetically. Therefore, I request that any planning condition enables a broader range of solutions than the one currently proposed. I've just lost my document. Sorry about this. This is the problems using technology. Finally, the highways impacts. There is currently a relatively large off-street parking area on Paddock Lane close to the church. The origins of the parking area are unclear, but there's a suggestion that it could have been developed for the church itself, in which case it seems highly appropriate that the subsequent uses of the building should make use of its area. I'm aware that parking is a concern to the neighbours, but any use of the building under its current designation as a community asset would have demand on parking. In my view, housing is one of the least impactful uses of the building in terms of parking demand. I'd also like to make a few comments about the proposed conditions. I just mentioned condition number 2 on obscure gazing. There are other numbers I would welcome opportunity for adjustment. Number 3 on roof lights and number 10 on lighting are unnecessary, as all issues raised by the Conservation Officer relate to an earlier scheme, so in my view are addressed. Number 6 on minor architectural detail.
I'm going to ask you just to slow down because I'm trying to follow what you're saying about these conditions. I've followed you so far, but
sorry,
now
I ran out of time as well.
So could you just help us slowly on the conditions? I'm sorry.
Yes. So okay. So number 2 relates to obscure glazing at the back.
Yes.
And I mentioned discussion with the neighbours, and we're looking at alternative screening solutions. So I'd like that to be broader in terms of not specifying obscure glazing as a solution.
So it's just to submit details of the glazing of the rear window.
Well, solutions for mitigating overlooking issues or something like that.
Yeah,
It
well,
may
that
not
would be
just
the reason. So it's just to approve the windows, right?
Yes.
What's your next one?
The next one is number 3 on roof lights and number 10 on lighting. I think are unnecessary. They're obsolete. They related to an earlier scheme. We redesigned the lighting scheme. There are issues raised by the Conservation Officer in September 2023. The scheme was adjusted and submitted in November 2023 with new lighting and new roof light details. So I think they're superfluous.
Have you got that point?
The first point about the alternative means of securing the
There's no problem with that.
No problem with that.
Yeah.
The roof lights, no problem with the roof lights number, but it's agreeing the precise design of them because there are a number of different conservation heritage models.
Okay,
so it's just about agreeing the precise model. Lighting, I take your point about the lighting. You have shown lighting on there, but there's one or two. It's something we can agree. But there is a lighting column at the rear. There are some concerns about impact on neighbours of that and whether this sensor controlled rather than being on all the time, which would be wrapped into the precise wording of a condition.
Okay, I've got that. Thank you very much indeed.
I just thought I had a few others.
Well, actually, you got to the end of your 3 minutes.
Okay.
I'll give you, and that was just about at the time when I interrupted you, so I'm not saying... I'll give you one sentence.
There's the issue of cast iron rainwater goods. Again, that's an old comment. The goods are aluminium at the moment, so I'm not clear why they need to be replaced with cast iron.
Well, can we
to help
agree
you
the
there, I've already
materials?
picked that up, and I've already picked up the comment about the Welsh roof slating to match. So we have picked those are the ones up on behalf of
So
the
those will be slightly amended
incorporated into
conditions. Okay, that's
the
fine.
final wording. Yes.
Right, I've got that. Thank you very much. Subject to those conditions, those amendments and so forth, I personally don't see any problem with this. We must remember that this is a church building which could be put to all sorts of other uses with huge numbers of car parking problems attached to it. So I don't think that's an issue. So I'm going to move this from the chair. Ken is going to second it. Ken, you wanted to speak.
Only to do exactly what you've done, which is to compliment it, and to... the one point I would make is that I was particularly taken with the way the first floor is inserted into the building. So often one sees them right against the walls and they are visible through the windows. And the fact that there are voids now of a metre or more on either side takes it away from the windows, and it's a really good move in respecting the historic nature of the building and the way it will appear in future. So it was to complement that, Chair. But I was going to move it, but you have. I've seconded it.
I think we'd all endorse that. Has anybody else got any? Ginny?
Yeah, I'm going to vote for approval. I just had one question on insulation. Did we get to the bottom of insulation? It seems to be a question that there's been nothing. We've not had details on the insulation. So that's the only point.
It is picked up by the condition, isn't it? Number 9. To submit and agree precise measures to be included, which insulation, precise details of air source heat pumps, things like that, would all be included within that scheme to be agreed. So we pick that up, yes, thanks.
You're happy with that? Yep. Mike?
Yeah, sorry, quick question about the... if I understood right, that one flat's going to be at the front, so they'll have access to the front door, and then the other flat's at the back.
Access to the back door.
So they have to go up the general and round to the back to get in.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my understanding anyway.
Thanks.
Right. It's been proposed and seconded. There have been some slight changes to the conditions that have been agreed by John. All those in favour of approval? Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? No, that's all adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I apologise for the delay. And members, I don't know about you, I'm getting tired, but I'm conscious of the fact that Mr. and Mrs. Hamling has been sitting there for rather a long time. Could I indulge you with dealing with their application, and then we will have a break before we deal with anything else? Is that okay for everybody? Thank you very much. So the next application is agenda item 13, Hope Farm, Alston Field. Who's dealing with this? Are you, Adam? Do you want to come round here, or you're okay?
I'm seeing something different. I think I'm sort of half connected to a different laptop. So
there's 2 present, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, we found it. It wasn't open. It was, yeah. So I think
it should be there.
it's got to go on to the second presentation, hasn't it? I don't know what's happened here. It's not right on the 6th.
I think what's happened is we've got the one that the chair should have in front of him, and they're connected in the opposite to where you normally have. But I'm not an IT expert, so apologies.
Well, I'll look at that. Let's see.
You'll probably do this item and go for lunch. I'll get
Have to
something
do
from IT just to check.
open a second
I haven't a clue how to do that. Well, I'm quite, look, in the interest of progress, I'm quite happy to look at these plans. I saw this thing on site yesterday.
Momentarily. And just close it down, it's on the desktop.
Yeah.
Shut that. And then it's that one. There we go.
Right, thank you very much. Right, Hope Farm, Alstonfield. Again.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and keep this very brief. Members visited the site yesterday. The site's in open countryside just south of Alstonfield. The site comprises a range of buildings, including a traditional farmhouse and a traditional barn on the roadside. And all that's adjacent to the site, and to the rear of the site is the application building, which is a brick and concrete built 20th century agricultural building. The proposed access is, as you can see, around the side and then to the building. And the proposal is to demolish the existing building and erect a two-bedroom dwelling on the same footprint and roughly the same height, well, at the same height, but in different materials, stone and tile rather than, as you can see there, the sheet and brick. So as you can see there, you've got the existing building seen from the road, and that's a pole barn in the foreground there, which is proposed to be demolished as part of the scheme. That's the view from the access, and you can see the brick of the building in the background there. And this is the views from within the site of the building. As you can see, a 20th century building. This is the view from the parking area of the house. That's the existing building. That's the proposed dwelling. As you can see, very similar layout. Proposals for a two-bedroom dwelling, as you can see there, with living room, kitchen diner, utility, and then a store to the front, which would be to serve the neighbouring dwelling. That's the existing building. That's the proposed building. As you can see, very similar form, height, solar panels on the front, and the sides. The issue here is whether the proposal for a market dwelling is acceptable in principle. The site's an open countryside, and the proposal is for the demolition of the existing building and the erection of a market dwelling. And the applicant has confirmed that the proposal is for a market dwelling, it's not for an ancillary dwelling. So the site is an open countryside, and the erection of a dwelling in this location, unless it's justified for an exceptional circumstance, such as an agricultural worker's dwelling, which isn't the case here, would be contrary to policy HC1. So the application is recommended for refusal. Happy to answer any questions in a bit.
Thank you very much. Well, members, some of us went on the site visits yesterday. Anyone got any thoughts? Oh, I beg your pardon, we've got to speak, haven't you? I beg your pardon. Mr. Hamling, yes, would you please join us? I do apologise.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. You can just excuse, I've had a bad voice all week, so I hope that it holds up for you. Right.
It is on. No, you've just turned it off.
Oh, sorry. Ah, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It was the head of planning's suggestion by the committee, and supported by the committee, to resubmit our previous application, and to also, to quote his words at the November meeting when talking about another application, a chance for Peaks Parks to get something they would rather see. The original barn would be rebuilt on a like-for-like basis, reflecting existing traditional, that's better, design features in the new building, and the enhancements that come through the use of more appropriate materials would be much more in keeping with the local area, and the additional removal of the old pole barn will only further enhance the appearance of the landscape. Initial discussions with the planning department involved exploring the possibility of making the new building acceptable in terms of providing ancillary accommodation, but it would need to be half the size of the current building. It was suggested that it could stay the same size and be made into holiday lets. As can be seen by the 7 letters of support from the immediate neighbours, they would rather have a permanent dwelling. They don't want any more holiday lets or second homes that are empty for a large part of the year. They want permanent residents who will take part in and can contribute to the local community, which we have already done by supporting some local events in the village. But that needs more permanent residents to keep the community alive. The pub has just struggled to reopen and will only stay open with all year round local support. The village hall is crying out for committee members, and the Wetton and Alstonfield community first responders are down to their last 3 responders, all of which we would be happy to support. We have asked for this to be a separate dwelling purely for our own safety and security. We have no plans to ever sell the building separately. And when we have gone, this will be left to our daughter in our will. But should something unexpected happen and the main house have to be sold while we are still alive, we do not want to be homeless. Looking at Peaks Park policy and being a parish councillor myself, I often use and fully understand the need for such policies to help guide and protect us from unwanted development. But all policies are purely for guidance, and like all rules, are opening to different interpretations. Not all developments are covered by these policies, and not all developments are bad. Part of Core Strategy CS1 and Policy 6.15 states the government is keen to promote and increase in self-build, and authorities should encourage this, and people should be encouraged to use small local builders, which we will. It also concludes that it can be permitted as market housing in accordance with policy DMH6, which also in section 6.9 covers the redevelopment of previously developed land to dwelling use. This is covered, as the current building will be demolished and a new building built on the same footprint. Policy DMC6 states, in some circumstances, housing development can assist in conservation and or enhancement of previously developed sites and heritage assets. In an area where people's assets often include land and buildings, this offers scope for communities to provide housing for those who, whilst not in housing need, nevertheless want to remain or move into a community. So in conclusion, I would ask you, what would you rather see? A dilapidated farm building with no future use on a redundant farm fall further into disrepair in a dwindling community, or a well-kept, stone-built home that blends in with the surroundings, with residents who will actively and willingly participate in local activities and help boost the local community? It's just a goal. Thank you very much for listening. I'm happy to answer any
I've allowed
questions.
you to go on too long because I appreciate your voice is not very up to scratch.
Do apologise.
Well, it's a good question, that last one. We went on a site visit yesterday and saw the circumstances of the site and so on and so forth. Has any members got any thoughts on this? Matt?
Yeah, quite often when we give planning permission now for agricultural buildings, it's got conditions in it that it can only be for agricultural use and that it needs to be removed at the end of that use. Is that right?
Well, that's for an agricultural barn or whatever, yes.
Yes, but this was obviously built at some point. You know, and so in terms of sort of precedents, if this doesn't have that condition, if this building doesn't have that condition in it,
won't have, no.
Then there's no, you know, there's nothing to say that, you know, that point about this will just fall down, is what will happen, and so I think it's quite different to a situation where we've said that this building is there for an agricultural purpose and can't be, you know, needs to be taken down at the end of that. That's not the case with this, so it's just going to fall down. Is that right?
There won't be any planning condition on this, because I suspect this building predates the planning system. Yeah, the future of this building would be uncertain. It may fall into disrepair and fall down. It may be demolished if it's unnecessary, or it may be put to another purpose, such as keeping horses and maintained. But obviously we have to determine this application on its merits, applying our housing policies.
Or of course, the government may relax the PD rights and allow barn conversions without planning permission, which is what it's threatened to do. But we can't rely upon that happening. The dilemma is this, isn't it? We would not normally go for new housing in a site like this in the countryside, except where it could be justified on other grounds, such as agricultural need or ancillary accommodation to support somebody living in a house in the area. What you've got here is an element of that, but an element potentially I'm not sure whether this application is the one to do it or not, but there's the potential here for a considerable environmental improvement. So you've got to balance those things out, and I think it's quite a tricky one. Does any other member who Dermot, you went on the site visits. What did you think?
Yes, I did. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's not a particularly attractive looking building, this, and obviously is it a pole barn a bit further on that would be removed as well. I understand our policies, but I think it would be great to support the local community by having more people, residents in the area. But this is a particular eyesore, so I think any new building would be a great improvement on this. So in this exceptional circumstance, I would support this application being approved. I know.
Right, okay. Well, I hear what you say. I've got Mike Chaplin next. Andrew next. After that.
I think we all agree the building is becoming an eyesore. It was clearly built in two parts, using different materials for each, and not materials that look, well, they're utilitarian, aren't they, for livestock and for storage. I think what intrigues me is that we do have precedent. There is a barn conversion on the way to Grindleford from here, off to the right side of the road, that planning officers took us round to see when it had been completed.
That was for some sort of holiday development, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You're quite right. But that was also recommended for refusal.
but the planning committee, it was before my time, but probably...
it was overlapped my time. It was, running when
but
I joined.
what was done with it does look quite impressive, and whether it's still for holiday accommodation now or for for living in, I don't know.
I think what the officers would like you to concentrate on is the fact that it is about whether a new house is justified in this rural location in terms of policy. And it does come down to whether a sufficient environmental improvement can be achieved to justify what's going on. That's my understanding. Do you want to join in on this?
Just one other point was that when the last element of the local plan was adopted, we added in additional policies around ancillary accommodation, because there was a big discussion about family connections, farmer succession, and giving that capacity for families to have that extra space. And that's the route that we've advised really on this one, that there is scope for extra capacity, especially if it's about family connections to do that. Danger is if it's cut off just for market housing, then that relationship to the rest of the farmstead and the rest of the unit isn't there, which doesn't give them the capacity for expansion of that unit. So we lose an opportunity for that kind of thing. And it's another separate unit. So that was an area of expansion that we've used very positively, and that would be the route that we would prefer to see here. Really.
Can I ask, does the main farm building and the main farmhouse actually farm? Is there a farm? What?
I think from my understanding, it was more for equestrian use now, wasn't it? Horses. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they use the land. I mean,
and there was a building just behind that one, which was still in.
Yes, I suspect that what Mr. Hamling would probably reply to that is that there's a lot of money going to go into whatever goes on this site, and having a restricted occupation of it is going to not be justified. That would be my guess. But anyway, I've got. Is it Mike? I've got next. I've written down. In that case, I've got Andrew next, and then Ken.
I'm in two minds over this. I know that we do have policies, and there's a fine line on it, I think. This type of building, we see them quite frequently on Planning Applications Committee. They're not fit for one thing and they're not fit for anything else. And I've actually personally owned buildings like this and tried to make something in a different area out of them to give them a modern 20th century, at least a 20th century use. You know, the restrictions that we put on about new agricultural buildings, I don't think we've ever enforced, as long as I can remember 7 years being on this authority. We never forced anybody to take a concrete and brick one down.
I doubt if you actually succeed if you tried, actually.
We put it in as a condition every time we pass a new agricultural, this has got to be demolished. And we don't enforce it. I can see why the applicant wants to do something with it. It is not a great merit, really. So I'm in two minds whether I want to support this or not. If there was a clear progression that went down, you know, what the officers have said about a progression about ownership and its use, I would be more comfortable with it. Just as an open market house in Alstonfield, you know, it's a big ask to take on faith what happens to it in the future. So I'd like to see some more concrete things about what they're going to do with it in the future, who's going to be in it, things like that. If it's just an open market replacement, then I think it doesn't really fit what we want to do, even though we have a certain sympathy for this, that it's a building that's not fit for purpose, and we're not enforcing the conditions on agricultural buildings that we put on year after year after year. So I feel a little bit hypocritical saying, you know, that somebody wants to do something with this and give it a second life, and we're not going to let them. So I'll make my mind up in a few minutes.
Ken, I've got you next.
Thanks, Chair. I endorse a number of the comments that Andrew has just made about the fine balance and the difficulty. Hence, we're all tiptoeing around this particular handbag, if you'll forgive the metaphor. But I think the important stuff is what's in paragraphs 46 and 47, that the proposal, as Adam has also outlined, the proposal isn't for an ancillary dwelling. It wouldn't be an affordable dwelling. It's not an essential workers dwelling, and it doesn't constitute redevelopment of previously developed land. And I suppose, going back to the comments that you were making earlier, Chair, I'm trying to look at it in terms of, if this was a blank site, would we be looking to approve a new dwelling? I mean, I acknowledge that it's an eyesore. I acknowledge that it's no longer fit for purpose. And I acknowledge the various circumstances in Alstonfield, which are repeated in a number of villages across the Peak District. But that's the crux of it for me. It's what it doesn't, it's the negatives, it's what it doesn't meet. And at the same time, if that was a blank canvas, which is what's being proposed essentially by demolition of the existing, would we be looking to approve a new build on that site? And I suspect the recommendation from officers would be a negative one. So I understand the pulls in both directions, but I feel that the recommendation, in the current circumstances, the recommendation is the appropriate one.
There is, of course, another policy, which is GSP1, which advocates development that will actually enhance the national park. My question would be whether this particular proposal is good enough to do that. But if there was a really good proposal, even in this location, GSP1 could just be used.
But I would suggest so that it removes some of the negatives which are written out in 46 and 47.
It's a balance, isn't it? And I have to say, I think realistically, if you were going to approve this as an ancillary dwelling with a condition on it, which you could do today actually with the ancillary condition on it, and if in due course the other house was sold I think it would be very difficult to enforce the ancillary condition. I think an application to remove it would probably work. So, you know, it's a difficult equation. It's not quite... It is so self-contained in relation to the main house that it would be very difficult in due course to control it. I think there's some interesting issues here. My feeling is that this particular design of a development doesn't achieve the level of enhancement that would be needed. It's a different sort of development than you'd find in that area. But that's up to other members to make contra. Jean.
Thank you, Chairman. I understand all the things that you've just said, and I understand all the complications, but I think I'd like to move it for approval.
You'd like to move it for approval,
Yeah.
That's okay. Dermot, you said you were supporting it. Do you want to second it? Do any other members wish to speak? No? Yes, Mike?
Point in point 48. The dwelling would be for the parents of the owner, but it goes on to say that they are not elderly. I'm just wondering... That's you. How far are you off 66 then? Yeah, because by the time it got built, you'll be a few years on, I would have thought, unless you've got some very quick...
Hold on, one at a time. I'm going to make a suggestion. Andrew?
It's what's called succession planning, isn't it? It's just that the applicant's thinking a little bit far ahead, but at least he's thinking. You know, he's doing his succession planning in plenty of time. And I know a lot of people, it creeps up on them, and he's forced on them at the wrong time. And suddenly they're moving relatives in with them, and there's not the provision there, the size of premises. So I can't fault the applicant for not thinking ahead.
No. I'm going to put the vote, but before I do that, I'm going to say that if the vote... Well, shall I do this as an amendment? I will move an amendment, which is that the principle of the... I'm not saying I necessarily agree with this, but I want to air the issues. That the principle of redeveloping this site with a new house be approved, but that further discussions take place with the applicant over the design. So if you could take that in as a possibility when it comes to voting on the motion we've got, that's an amendment, so I have to put the amendment first. Would anybody, that would be seconded by somebody? Right.
Chair, just on your amendment, should we include the nature of tenure? The way the negatives in that paragraph 47. I don't know. We're getting into more and more.
Well, I think that could become the negative, if you like. If my motion becomes the principal motion, you've got to vote on it. You can put another amendment to it. So, but it's just, I just want to get the feel of what members are really thinking about here. I've been told I ought to be asking about conditions if this is approved.
Yeah, to clarify, the amendment, is that to defer the application then?
That would be to defer it for a different design.
In terms of conditions, if members were to approve the application as a market dwelling, conditions I would suggest would be 3-year time limit, the plans, approved plans, agree specified materials, agree a landscaping scheme, agree the extent of domestic curtilage, agree implementation of climate change measures, agree and implement ecology enhancements measures and lighting, and to remove permitted development rights.
Right.
Can I ask well, I suppose if it's for deferral, it's maybe not an issue, but can I just raise a point?
Yes, by all means.
Yeah, I suppose depending on if it was to be approved, it might be different if it's deferred, but if it was to be approved, I mean, I think it would be this is contrary to that core routing policy. It isn't one of those exceptions that we set out. I'd probably want to hear a bit more carefully what the material reasons are for going contrary to policy.
Right.
Being clearly recorded.
You're entitled to that. That's fine. So at the moment, I'm moving an amendment to the motion to approve, which is that this be deferred for further work on the design and so forth. All those in favour of the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those against? In which case, the amendment is now on the table. So we are to defer, and I think you will probably want to report back to us on the policy implications, but also to talk to the applicants about whether there is a better design that could achieve the level of enhancement that might justify this as an application. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Have you understood that? What we're saying is, look, what we're saying is that there's a key problem here, which is we don't approve normally new houses in the open countryside, which is effectively what this is. And it would normally only be by way of a condition attached to your permission saying it has to be ancillary. The problem that I see with that is that the nature of this development as it stands actually is capable of being freestanding, and the ancillary condition might in the long term be difficult to enforce. So the question is whether we can justify this application in a different form that achieves a high level of enhancement that would justify its permission. Because what we actually have here to look at is something very like a modern bungalow, which is not really what we've got in the countryside in that part of the world. So we're asking the officers to go away and talk to you and see whether something can be brought back which might change the way in which we look at it.
We were told to keep it as much for the barn as it was.
Well, I think it needs something. I think when we were on the site yesterday, we were all thinking that perhaps it needed something slightly different than what we've got there. Let's see where it gets to. There's no promise in this, I can assure you. And if I thought that you on your own was going to keep the George pub open in Alston Field, there might be a plus.
I'll give it a blooming good go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much for bribing the applicant.
And I'm going to adjourn now for...
You voted on that deferral.
Oh, we voted on the deferral, did we? All those in favour of the... Yes. Oh, the deferral. We're not... what do you mean by deferral? We're all voting... I thought we'd all voted... Yes, all those in favour of deferring all those reasons. Okay. Or anyone against? No, that's it.
Voted on an amendment, didn't you?
Yeah. Right. Oh, you're quite right. Okay. We're supposed to have other speakers here. Are they outside? They are outside. Members, do you think we can manage for 10 to 2? Okay. 5 to 2. Would you rather have 5 to 2? 5 to 2. We'll back at 5 to 2. It is now nearly 2 o'clock. The agenda is the barn at Elton, which is 2 applications. There's the full planning permission, agenda item 14, and then there's the listed building, agenda item 15. And we'll deal with the discussion together and take 2 separate votes. Okay, who's introducing it? Okay, Adam, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chris Curtis is here, just so members are aware. He's Conservation Officer. He'll be here to answer any detailed questions later on. This application is for planning permission and listed building consent for the conversion of Barker Barn, which is a Grade 2 listed barn. Members visited the site yesterday. The site is in the limestone plateau and is a very open landscape. Members who visited the site yesterday, we still have to trust me on that because it was incredibly foggy. Yeah, so the proposal is for the conversion to a 2-bedroom dwelling. And it's showing it on the location plan there, the curtilage is drawn around the building. So as you can see, the barn is in some disrepair now, with part of the roof fallen in to the original part of the building and also to the loose box, which was a later addition. As you can see, clearly of architectural and historic importance due to its materials, its layout, its form, but also surviving features internally, including the floor, the roof structure, and fundamentally its history and its association with the landscape, with the enclosed landscape. This barn being contemporary with that landscape and evidence of how that land was enclosed. So as you can see, the building sort of stands in itself in its landscape and is read as an isolated and very prominent building. Is looking back down the other way. And that's in the distance, showing the lack of features in the landscape, obviously other than the power lines and trees. It's a very open landscape with enclosed fields. And again, set back a bit further again. So the existing building essentially has got three bays to it and a very small curtilage to one side. And the proposal is to convert the existing building within the shell using the existing openings. And we'll see in a minute there are a couple of changes to openings. So the curtilage to the side will be increased in size slightly to create 2 parking spaces and turning space, and a package treatment plant will be in there, which would drain to infiltration in the field. And to the rear, a new boundary wall will be created to create a patio. And round the back there would be a bin store and an air source heat pump to power heating. So on the ground floor you can see there that a living room with a hall at the back for access and a study store and the kitchen. And then on the upstairs where there was a loft, a new floor is proposed, and that space will be subdivided to 2 bedrooms and a bathroom with a staircase up. That's some details of the proposed windows and doors. And some further details of the staircase. So in terms of openings, this is the existing opening which members will remember seeing on site. They've got this larger opening on the side, and that's proposed to be reduced in size. That isn't an opening on that elevation, that's just part of one of the store buildings. And to the rear, you can see the building would be rebuilt and repaired and partially rebuilt with the roof. And there's 2 proposed new openings there with the roof lights. In terms of roof materials, Welsh slate's proposed for the main roofs, and this lean-to we can see would be stone slate. And that's the existing elevation with the loose box, and that's the elevation showing it being rebuilt with the air source heat pump behind. And again, from the front, existing, and then after the development, using the existing openings. And this is the section through the cow house, which shows the floor, the staircase up to the bedrooms, and then the roof truss, which is a historic feature. And then within the hay element, the roof truss is now proposed to be retained with a steel ridge beam under the proposed new roof. So, structural works would be required to repair the barn, but the extent of those works at this stage are unknown because no structural survey has been carried out. But as we saw in the plans, proposed works, the roof includes the installation of a steel ridge beam. Internally, to facilitate the conversion, the stone floor would be taken up and relaid flat, and the cow house would have a first floor installed, as you saw on the plans. Officers appreciate that the building is in a poor state of repair and fully accept that something needs to happen to make sure the building is retained in this landscape. Being a listed building, that's very important. But there are concerns, officers have serious concerns about the impact of the development, and there are several elements of the scheme which officers consider would collectively result in a high degree of harm to the significance of the building and its setting. And there are also concerns about the lack of structural survey and lack of implications for what the repairs could be and how much the building would need to be rebuilt and how that would be carried out, and whether a market dwelling is justified as the optimal viable use of the building. So the application is recommended for refusal at this point in time for the reasons set out in the report. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Could you, before anybody speaks, could you just highlight for us what are the main problems you have with the conversion proposals as they are now? It's mainly internal. Two or three headlines just to say this is wrong, that's wrong, this is wrong, that's wrong.
Yeah, one is the lack of information on structural information, so we don't know how that work could be carried out.
Yeah.
Internally, there are concerns about the steel ridge beam. There are concerns about subdividing above where the hayloft is now, and currently that would be an open space where you'd see the roof structure, and that would be eroded and lost. And fundamentally, the key one is the relationship of this field barn with its landscape. A very simple building in that landscape, and the impact of domestication, the parking, the garden around it. And Chris can chip in if he's got any specific concerns as well.
Okay, thank you. Right, now we have two speakers. First one, Colin Swindle, Elton Parish Councillor. Right, you have 3 minutes to address us.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Colin Swindle. I'm a parish councillor for Elton, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the parish council who unanimously support this application. Barker Barn sits on our moors as an unsightly and dangerous ruin, and for many years residents have watched its demise as it becomes an eyesore on our beautiful landscape and open countryside. As a parish councillor of 17 years and the former district councillor, I know what my community wants, and they want this barn restored. At my last count, 27 local residents have written in support of the application, and each of those letters spells out what I've heard from people in Elton over many years. They want the dangerous ruins gone, they want the barn sympathetically restored, turned into a family home, and the landscape enhanced. This application does just that, and the community support it. And it works. I draw members' attention to the barn off of Limestone Way, Mossy Mere Barn and Emmett's Barn at Banktop Winster, all less than 1 mile away from where Barker Barn lies now. All of these were once isolated and redundant barns left facing a similar fate to that of Barker Barn, but each was granted planning permission, each was converted to a dwelling and is now a family home. The former ruins are now full of life, with families and friends spending time together in the garden, a huge benefit to the local community and enhancing and improving the visual landscape. This is what the residents of Elton and the parish council want to see for Barker Barn, and to deny it the same opportunity would be inconsistent and grossly unfair. But if not a dwelling, I ask members, what other future can they offer for Barker Barn? What alternatives can be offered other than to let it fall into further disrepair and remain a safety concern and a mess on our moors? Looking at the reasons for refusal, this authority would happily let that happen. Reason 1, development would harm the significance of this Grade 2 listed barn. What could be more harmful to the building than leaving it to deteriorate? Surely a sympathetic restoration of the barn would be the best way to avoid any further harm. Reason 2 states development would harm valued landscape character. Again, the only harm to the landscape would be the status quo and allow Barker Barn to remain an eyesore on our moors. It is the Parish Council's overwhelming view that the proposed development is aesthetically pleasing, sympathetic to the character of the barn, it is in keeping with the countryside setting, and will only enhance and improve the landscape of our parish. The Parish Council and the community of Elton strongly endorse this application, and we ask members to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sarah Foster. Welcome back, Sarah. Nice to see you again.
As it's a combined item, I might be slightly over 3 minutes, but...
well, I'm very bad at timekeeping, but...
Okay, fine. That'll do. So, committee, thank you for letting me speak on behalf of the applicant, who's also here today. You can see from the committee report that there's been engagement with the authority about this building over the last 30 years in an attempt to find an optimum viable use for it. I know that we all appreciate the value that field barns add to the landscape of the National Park, and in this case, the building is listed in its own right, and there's even an even greater imperative to see it repaired and enhanced. We have one fundamental problem here, though. That is the notion that any use that requires heating, parking, or any kind of external curtilage will have unacceptable landscape impact and is therefore fundamentally unacceptable in principle. You'll have noted that in terms of the proposed conversion itself, the committee report overall concludes that it would cause less than substantial harm and would offer overall enhancement, allowing this important building to be preserved. After reading the report, you may wonder why the application hasn't been accompanied by a structural survey. Quite simply, there is little point spending thousands of pounds on a survey when officers will not support the application in principle because of landscape impact. A structural survey does nothing to overcome that point. If the committee decide today to support this application in principle and your views are minuted to that effect, then the applicant would be only too willing to provide the structural report that's been requested. So now we turn to the key issue, the assertion that any curtilage causes substantial harm to the heritage asset. How do we get over this? The curtilage that we've shown is minimal. It's located at the rear and provides only a small sitting out area and space for the heating system. The boundary treatment is deemed appropriate and the parking area itself is provided largely in the barn's original yard. If this is fundamentally harmful, then quite frankly, this building will never be brought back into use. Future generations would be right to question the wisdom of resisting the opportunity for a conservation-led scheme simply on the basis of a few square metres of enclosure at the rear out of public view. Historic England don't advocate such a rigid, inflexible approach. They advise that the best way to conserve a building is to keep it in use or to find an appropriate new use. They go on to say that an unreasonable, inflexible approach will prevent action that could give a building new life. I know that you've often heard officers suggest that camping barns, stables and workshops are the kind of low-key uses that these buildings can accommodate, but there's no need for extensive paperwork to show how unviable these uses would be when the estimated cost of putting the roof back on this building and repairing the stonework is in the region of £138,000, and that's via a quote from a reputable local building company. Even then, a workshop, a stable, a workshop or a camping barn would still need electricity, water, package treatment plant, which are additional costs. And all of these alternative uses would need to operate with some form of external curtilage or parking spaces. It simply wouldn't happen that a stable wouldn't require occasional vehicle access. So, committee, this might be the last chance for this building. Are we going to cause further delays and further decay by kicking the can down the road and searching for what appears to be a magic unicorn, a viable use with no need for an external curtilage or parking? In 30 years, such a use has not been identified. Or is this scheme that officers say will conserve and enhance the building itself worthy of an approval for the sake of a small rear yard? On balance, the public benefit seems clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you tell me again, sorry, what that £138,000 is? Actually, your microphone.
That's largely, has it come on?
Keep it on, yes.
That's largely for the replacement of the roof. So he's scheduled out, clear the site of existing debris, keep undamaged materials that can be reused, clear shrubbery, erect scaffolding to remove damaged roof and make safe, remove damaged timber, save trusses if possible, make good and repair all internal and existing stonework using lime mortar, repair the damaged existing roof structure using new oak, re-roof using existing undamaged materials and provide matching reclaimed materials, make new doors and shutters.
Okay, I've got the gist. Thank you very much. Can I ask another question? There's a grant scheme around at the moment, run by us for the government. What's it called? FIPL. For which 80% grants could be available for this sort of project. Do you have any comments or thoughts on that?
It's not something we've looked into. I'm aware of the FIPL scheme. I think there has to be some kind of educational benefit to it as well, doesn't there? There needs to be some kind of project that can continue into the future once the building has been repaired. And the concern here is that, you know, at some point in the future there might be a grant available to do the physical building works, but if there's not a viable ongoing use in that building, we'll simply end up in the same cycle of lack of maintenance, disrepair. So it doesn't solve the long-term problem.
Okay, thanks very much. You might like just stay there for the moment, because I don't know how this debate's going to take place, but you might be able to help us as we go along. Right, members. The issue here, you've got a building of national importance, grade 2 listed, falling down. Okay, so I've got Dermot, then Ken.
Thanks, Chair.
And Kath.
Obviously had the benefit of going to site yesterday to have a look round. It's a magnificent barn, and it wasn't until we got back yesterday afternoon, Ken showed me some photographs of that particular barn over the last 30, 40 years. These photographs were taken every sort of, 5 years, Ken? And it just shows you the deterioration in the structure. You know, for the first sort of 3 or 4 photographs, it was great. And then you could just see where the weather and the elements had actually started to damage the fabric of the building. And to what it is today. I would like to see a sympathetic renovation of this building. I know it goes against policies and whatever. I'm always on the wrong side of these things, but I believe it'd be a good heritage asset to maintain, and because unless we turn it into a dwelling, there isn't any real viable other option for it. So I'm of a mind at the moment, but I'll listen to everybody else to support, and the approval of this application.
Are you going for approval?
Yeah.
Well, I'll second it.
Right, I've now got Ken.
Thanks, Joe. It's the ever-present dilemma of what we do with isolated traditional farm buildings in the landscape. But I think with the additional complication, excuse me, in this instance, in it being a grade 2 listed structure as well. It may well be that ultimately conversion of one form or another is the outcome of our deliberations, but I am not convinced that this is the most appropriate way forward. Not least because of some of the issues that Adam has outlined, like why on earth is a steel ridge beam being proposed? Why is there, we know from Sarah, why there's been no structural survey, but that's a gamble that developers have to take, isn't it, to provide sufficient information that a committee decision is as informed as it possibly can be. I note the comments that Councillor Swindle has made on behalf of the Parish Council, but it does prompt, in my mind, the question, why has the building become a ruin? It's because it's been neglected for the last 30 years plus. As Dermot said, there's photographic evidence of its good condition up to the middle of the 1990s. And there's good evidence on files to demonstrate the National Park Authority has been in touch with the owner fairly regularly, albeit at distant points, pointing out the need for a stitch in time to prevent the building deteriorating. And what's happened? Nothing. I would ask Mr. Swindle, but I don't want an answer. It's a rhetorical question, really. The parish council is so concerned. What has it been doing over that time to safeguard the future of the building? I think that what we are looking at is something that needs a more refined approach. I don't think there's any doubt about the importance of the building. It's what, in the top 10% of buildings with being listed or thereabouts. I think we need to have a better scheme of development that respects the interior layout of the original building, that spaces aren't as carved up as they would appear to be. I think as well the context of the landscape within which it sits needs to be considered. Obviously, as we I think all acknowledge, it is isolated, but it still sits within a wider landscape, and we have to reflect on its relationship with the enclosure of the field systems around Elton at the end of the 18th century. And we have to also to recognise that there's an extensive lead mine landscape in that area, much of which has been scheduled as being of national importance. There's a relationship between the barn and the agricultural landscape and the industrial landscape, which is a reflection of the way in which those landscapes were managed in the 18th and 19th centuries, the so-called miner-farmer relationship, where farming activity in the summer, lead mining for some in the winter. So there's more than just it happens to sit in an exposed landscape, which of course it does. But it does bring me back to I think we need, if we're going to consider this appropriately, given its listed status, we need more information about why materials, inappropriate materials, are being proposed for a listed structure, and a better use of the interior space to reflect its prior usage. The reason why I emphasise the issue about materials, Chair, if you'll allow me, is because this authority has worked with Natural England and with DEFRA over the last 20 years plus in implementing agri-environment schemes, all of which in that period of time have had prescriptions for the conservation of traditional farm buildings. Those grants have been available for a long time and they haven't been approached. 80% grant, which would have required a 20% input from the owner, which early doors would have been quite small, now is quite huge. But the important thing is that in spending the £8 or £10 million of Natural England's money that we have in the Peak District on the conservation of traditional field barns, that brings with it a requirement for the use of traditional materials and traditional craft skills. That has an impact on local community, local economy, but it also enhances the local skill base, for example. We're not seeing the introduction of steel ridge beams. We're seeing timber being used appropriately. We're seeing lime mortar being used to point, and so on. If we're going to consider, and I don't think this is the appropriate scheme, but if we were to consider a scheme in the future that saw the conservation of this building, then I think we need a much better indication of the types of material, the ways in which it's being done, that reflect appropriately its Grade 2 listed status. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, in defence of Colin, to be quite honest, I don't think parish councils have got any control over listed buildings in their area.
Absolutely, and to an extent, we have so much of the work that we do as an authority is based on the voluntary participation of owners. We can try and persuade, we can dangle carrots in the form of national agri-environment schemes and the like, but ultimately it's down to the owner to come on board or not.
Kath, I'll come back on some of your points later on.
Thank you, Chair. About 10 years ago, we had in our papers for planning, on the back page, was a barn in this vicinity on the road going from Winster, right? and it had gone to appeal, this barn, and it had been approved. It wasn't, it's about 10 years ago, Patrick, but going down that road further, there was a barn on the right-hand side, and it came to committee at the same time this was on the papers. And I asked the committee to look at the back of the papers and see this barn that had been approved by the inspectorate. So we have had barns approved in this area. There have been 2, as I know of. So I would much prefer myself to see a barn being used than a pile of stones. So I would go for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Kath. Any other members wish to speak? I've got Lee and then Jenny. Lee?
Yeah, I'm on. Right. I'm sympathetic to repurposing this building for something, but I do think Ken makes some major points, particularly with regard to materials and traditional types of buildings. And it's a Grade 2 listed building, and I don't think what we've got in front of us completely fulfills that criteria to the standard that should be required by this authority. But I do fully understand that this is going to end up as a pile of stones. So I think something can be found to be done with this building, and it does lend itself to a dwelling. So, but I do think some conditions need to be put forward on that to make sure it's built to a traditional standard and to a Grade 2 listed standard. Thank you.
Ginny?
I would echo really what Lee's saying, and I can sympathise on two counts. One, it's a great responsibility if you've got a listed building that you own. We don't want to see it as a pile of rubble. It has deteriorated. I've seen the pictures. But on the other hand, we've got to make sure that any work that's done is done with traditional methods and traditional materials. I can also see, looking at the barn, as we did yesterday, that we do need a structural engineer's report, because I would have some doubt in my mind as to what would happen when they started to do the rebuilding work, as to whether certain areas would just collapse. But, of course, that costs money to get the structural engineer's report. So my proposal would be that we give recognition that we're looking at this favourably and ask for it to come back with a structural engineer's report.
Well, yes, okay. Somebody else wanted to speak now. First, I've got 1 or 2 points arising from that.
Earlier, when Sarah was speaking, you made the point that if you went for grants, then there was it would require some educational. I'm trying to look for the right word here. Input, contribution. At which point, I noticed Ken shaking his head, and I wondered if Ken might want to expand on that. Would that stop the building being put to domestic use?
I'm not the absolute expert on those grant schemes, but it's my understanding that there isn't an educational use is an option under agri-environment schemes. There are options that people can use. I think one of the key options is that the building continues in some form of agricultural use, though the definition of agricultural use is fairly broad.
Thank you. It seems
sorry, Chair, those are things like countryside stewardship and environmental stewardship. I'm not sure about the requirements under FIPL, the Farming and Protected Landscapes, but I suspect they're not dissimilar. I mean, Chris or someone else might know more.
The point that was, sorry, can I say something, and then we'll sort of see where we're getting to. It seems to me that the thing we've got to keep our eye absolutely firmly on is not just the need to conserve and restore this listed building, but to do it or to set a scene in which it can be done fairly quickly. And I don't mean next week or anything, but there's no point in waiting another 30 years before we've done it. There's got to be something that happens fairly soon. And what we have in front of us at the moment is 2 recommendations for refusal. The first is based upon the harm to the building, and the second one is based upon the harm to the countryside. And that is simply caused by the need for a curtilage and a place for people to park cars. Well, whilst we've been talking, I've been racking my brain for any use of this barn that's going to have a long-term future, that's not going to require some sort of revised curtilage. The countryside changes, and so long as we exercise our function carefully and well, we must accept some changes in order to get the bigger picture in place. And the bigger picture here is the listed building. And I'm finding it very, very difficult to agree with the second recommendation for refusal, because it's going to stand in the way of us coming along with a sensible long-term solution for the building. Whatever comes out of this, it is going to require a curtilage, and it's going to require somewhere for cars. And, you know, I know this area fairly well. There will be ways of making sure that the cars go in the places where they cause least harm and so on and so forth. But they are a modern fact of life, like the horse and cart used to be some years ago. They are something you expect to see in the countryside occasionally. And if we don't acknowledge their presence here, we won't get any further. So the first thing I'm going to say is that we must, in principle, in our minds at least, and do what Sarah Foster has asked us to do, and to delete this second reason too, because it's just not going to get us any further forward. I do appreciate that when a new scheme comes in whatever form it takes, we're going to have to treat that issue very, very carefully. But it can't be the issue that stands between this building being restored and not being restored. That's the main issue there. Moving on from that, there are, as Ken has explained very carefully and very well, issues about the structure of this building, the materials that are being used, that at least at best haven't yet been justified, and which certainly require more information before one could actually approve this. I don't think you could do this by condition. I don't think you could approve it today. We have to go back and get the right information which deals with the spatial issues inside the building, deals with the structural requirements of the building. And I mean, we may have to end up with a big iron girder through the middle of it, but you'll only do that when you can justify it. I think that's the point that you're making, isn't it, Ken? And that comes down to a combination of structural study and viability study. You probably know better than I do what you're looking for, but you know the sort of thing. But it seems to me that what we need to do is to give a fair wind. And what we need to be saying here is we delete reasons 2, and that we defer the rest of it to enable further discussions to take place on what means, on how we get the best out of this building. And there has to be with that the incentive for the applicant to do something. If you just say to the applicant, you've got to go back and you've got to worry about whether it should be used as a stable or not, I won't be here in 30 years' time, but we'll still be arguing about it in 30 years' time. Well, maybe 25 years' time. We've got to give the incentive to enable something to happen on this site. And we have to be consistent because, as Kath pointed out, there are isolated barns all over this national park that we've approved. So we've got to apply the tests the same way and make sure we get the same sort of answers. But we've got to do it right, and we've got to do it in the context of this listed building. Somebody else wanted to speak. It was Ginny first, then I'll go for Ken, then I'll go for Jean. and then Andrew.
It was just one very quick point on FIPL. I would recommend that you make contact with Rebecca Newman of the Peak District National Park, and she'll be able to clarify.
Right.
Thanks,
I've got
Jane.
Ken next.
Yeah, picking up on, take my second point first, on the back of what Ginny's just said. One of the things that I think as well, that any future or development of this application needs to do is to at least identify what other options were or are available and the reasons why they've been rejected, so that we've got a much more comprehensive view of what's been considered and why the application that's coming to us is the proposed or considered best use. The other thing, Chair, if much as I hesitate to disagree with you as ever, I wonder whether in fact we should keep the second element, because I think that for me, it's a lever to try to focus the minds of development proposals on how they might best be accommodated within a particular landscape. And if our policies require that, and if it may be that it changes, it may be that in future the recommendations come back exactly the same, but it might be that we recognise that there is harm to a valued landscape, valued qualities of the national park, but because of the particular proposals that are being made, those harms have been minimised or are deemed to be acceptable. I don't know whether that's appropriate, but I feel uncomfortable with us completely ignoring the landscape.
I'm not suggested at all that we ignore the landscape. I'm saying that we cannot treat that. We cannot treat the approach as in the terms that 2 is set out, because as soon as you apply 2, you can't do anything to this building. That's the reality. So I agree with you that however it comes back, there's got to be great sensitivity over the curtilage. But that's not the same thing as saying what this says, which is that you can't do it. Do you understand the difference?
Yes, yes. I'll run with it this time.
I think as to the first point, there needs to be incentive in this. Because if you go too far into the alternative viabilities and, oh yes, it could be used as something or other, then we'll still be arguing about this in 20 or 30 years' time. There has to be some understanding that we are sympathetic to what is being asked for here, if it can be accommodated. Otherwise, we're not going to have a barn there in a few years' time.
Yeah, but with all due respect to our applicant and their agent, there are ways of summarising what options are and why they're not being taken up.
What? Right. That point is noted. Jean?
Yeah, it was just, I agree with you about the curtilage, because I know on past things that have been brought to us here, we've had discussions on this before, and it's been like the street furniture in that area, and it went like for children. I can remember one of them where they said children's toys could be out there and it couldn't look right. So I think we've got to actually look at that properly. But I just wondered, just for my reference, what are the costs of, like you said, the structural engineers report? What are those costs?
Well, I actually don't know, but they're going to have a structural engineers report before they can do it. Regardless of what we say, if they want to do it, they're going to have to pay for a structural engineers report.
What the costs were, if anybody could advise.
We've got to give them enough incentive to be able to get on and do it. That's the point. I don't think I've got a mover and seconder, so I'm going to move that the application be deferred to enable further discussions to take place on the lines that we've been talking about, and recognising that... Yes, if you want.
The first reason in itself is significant. And I don't know whether a deferral allows you to go far enough, in terms of some of the concerns about the spaces that are laid out in that building.
Well, that's Ken's point.
Which is a big part of the design in front of us, isn't it? And there'll be degrees in that. about how far you can go with a deferral before you're actually saying the scheme in front of us is just wrong. We could have a clear refusal just on that ground alone and actually get a better scheme. I think a lot of it will come down to something that we'll see in one of the schemes elsewhere on the table that we saw on site yesterday, where actually, at the very least, a kind of swapping around of some of the spaces allows you to retain an open upper floor. And that's really significant, you know, that is a big configuration change that allows you to achieve the significance of the building. And I think that's some of the things that have come out in the comments.
I was taking that was part of what Ken was talking about, and I was accepting that in the context of this. What we're trying to do is to create, or what I'm trying to do is to create an atmosphere of positivity which enables us to get on and try and find an answer to all the problems. That's what I'm after, and I think refusing it would not in that sense be helpful. That may become necessary as we go along, but we need a positive climate of discussion.
There's clarity there, isn't it?
Yeah, and clarity. But those things about the space, the girders, all those sorts of things, I do understand, but they've got to be addressed. Chris?
Sorry, could I just pick you up about the curtilage issue? Because there's kind of two elements of the discussion of curtilage. There's the car parking, and then there's the idea of the patio. And cumulatively, they have a pretty negative impact. But actually, the biggest impact is not the car parking, it's the patio. Because it's kind of hard to overstate how integral that barn is to its landscape and vice versa. They both appeared at the same time. And if you look at our conversion SPD, which was adopted 2 years ago, it says in some cases it may not be possible to provide much in the way of a garden. Not all conversions that we approve have gardens. So, for instance, Kettleshew Methodist Church, I don't believe, had a garden to either of those two houses that we looked at today. So it's not inevitable that a house has to have a garden.
I understand that. Yeah. But what we must concentrate on is how we get this building conserved and restored. That's the priority. And if that may involve a bit of a yard at the back or something, that's something we may have to accommodate. I'm not committed to it one way or another. All I'm saying is I want the right spirit and approach to be taken as quickly as we can to get this building looked at. Okay? Well, I've moved it for deferral on those terms. Is that seconded? Anybody else want to talk? All those in favour? Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? 2. Okay, thank you very much. That's as it is. And the priority is to get that building looked at. Right. I've got. We'll have to take again. Sorry, I realise there are 2 reports. I've got to take also. I will also move the deferral on the same terms of the listed building report. Is that seconded? All those in favour? All those against? That's passed. Thank you. Right. Where's Sarah? Oh, she's disappeared. Right.
Sarah was on. Oh,
yeah, well, we'll deal with Common Lane as she's disappeared. Right. Next item on the agenda is agenda item 16, land west of Common Lane, Carlton Waterhouses. A nice brief introduction, if I may, please.
Okay, so we've got a proposal here for a new agricultural building for lambing and housing of sheep and to store fodder and implements. This is land west of Common Lane in Carlton. It's on the west side of Common Lane, it's approximately 200 metres south of Carlton Village. The site is therefore in open country outside of Carlton's conservation area in a pastoral landscape. Remote, sparsely populated area with regular strip field walls No existing building on the site. The proposed siting of the building has been located as close as possible to the entrance to the field and the highway and the existing buildings on the opposite side of the lane. So it creates presents itself as a group. And that would accord with our policies, which try to avoid isolated developments in the landscape. So this application follows a previous application for an agricultural building, but of a larger size and in a more remote setting, some 150 metres in the open fields to the west of this site. The previous scheme was refused owing to the landscape impact. So this scheme does represent an amendment to that to address those issues. The need for the building has been justified from the evidence of stock and the need to store bales and implements. There's currently no other buildings on the holding to manage the land. So therefore the scheme accords with policies for new farm buildings and landscape impact. The building itself has been reduced, as I've said, by some 4.5 metres in length. We'll see some pictures of this just in a sec. It would be of typical farm construction, which raises no objection in principle, and we believe the scale is commensurate to the intended purposes. Construction of a steel portal frame, vertical Yorkshire boarding and a blue fibre cement roof. It's drawn, I should say, an objection from Waterhouses Parish Council, who consider the introduction of a large modern building at this undeveloped site would be damaging to the landscape, being prominent and adding an industrial mass to the entrance to the village when read in combination with the existing industrial building on the other side. So we'll just have a look at some of the photos here. This is you can see on the left, that's the existing industrial building, which will appear on the other side of the lane. So this is on the right-hand side is the side where the building will be. That's, you see on the left-hand side at this point, it's just a muck heap at present. Keep going. So this is the existing entrance, and the building will just be kind of right in front of us at this point. Just general open shots of the landscape around. You can see, so this area is kind of virgin landscape, it's not undeveloped side. I think that concerned the parish, but what we're trying to do is encourage a grouping of buildings at that point. If you just keep going, Adam. There's just other general shots of the landscape. So you can see here how we've tried to encourage a cluster. So this is on the back of planners' advice to move it from somewhere further over to the left of in the fields, closer to the road here to create a better functional link. You'll see that on that slide, some new additional landscaping just to break up and fragment and filter the views of it in the landscape with some native species. So just a simple plan, typical appearance. I think that's probably about it. Okay, so officers would recommend the application for approval, and that would be subject to conditions. I just have to apologise because at the point of publication we missed getting the conditions sorted for that. So it would include the following conditions, which I can summarise, but we've got a full list as well. But it would be the standard 3-year time period, development to be carried out in accordance with the submitted and some amended plans, and subject to conditions around the roof sheeting to be specified as dark slate blue, and notwithstanding the provisions of the General Permitted Development Order, the building shall be used solely for agriculture, and when the building no longer required, it should be removed from the site and site restored. And it would be on that basis that we recommend approval, Chair.
Okay. We have, I think, one statement to be read out from Joe Harrison.
The proposed building is to assist a young farmer continue with his family traditions. This is the first parcel of land that has been purchased by the applicant and is run alongside the additional rented land in Alstonfield. The applicant currently lives with his father at Upper Green Farm, but is striving to be independent of this and build his own holding and business for him and his family to come. His father's holding is a separate operation and run by his father and his siblings. In the current climate, the cost of living crisis, it is nearly impossible for young farmers to make a start in the agricultural industry by purchasing a fully functioning holding. The purchase of this land is the start of the applicant's future, and without the proposed building, which has been justified in terms of policy, will make farming and making a success of his business increasingly more difficult. The applicant currently rears 250 ewes plus lambs. These are brought back to Carlton for lambing, so they are close to home for regular checks and to ensure that the bonding process is successful. When lambing is complete and the weather has improved, they are moved back to grazer land at Alstonfield. This parcel of land was sold to the applicant by the Peak Park and is classed as important hay meadow that is covered by covenants regarding over-farming and ploughing of the meadows. The applicant is fully aware of these and wishes to continue to care for the land and preserve the meadows. The hay harvested from the meadows is currently stored outside, causing some of the harvest to be lost each year through lack of storage. The building would not only provide a dry covered area for the hay to be stored, but also provide a covered area for lambing, as typically the applicant lambs in February, assisting in the reduction of lambs lost due to cold and damp weather conditions generally seen at this time. The applicant has worked closely with the Peak Park following the refusal of his first application to ensure that the siting and design of the proposed building will conform to policy whilst having minimal impact on the landscape. It has been closely sited next to the entrance to reduce additional hard standing, and a sympathetic landscaping scheme has been put forward to further enhance the area.
Right, thank you very much. Can I ask just a couple of questions? One of them is about the boarding. We seem to have got concrete panels at the bottom of those, which will be very conspicuous looking at the photographs. Can we either get the Yorkshire boarding down to ground level or have something better to look at? Is that possible as a condition? The second one is, what goes with this on the ground in terms of routes in, roads, new roads, parking areas, whatever the case may be? Do you understand the question? At the moment, it looks like a barn in the middle of a field, and I don't believe that's what we're going to end up with.
It'll be quite a simple arrangement. I mean, yeah, there's permitted development rights for hard standing anyway, but by virtue of the red line area.
Could we put a condition on to get that approved? Yeah. Ginny?
There seems a very clear agricultural need for this, and I would like to move it for approval.
Subject to those conditions and...
Seconded, Chair.
That's okay, thank you. Any other members? All those in favour? Anyone against? That's okay, that's carried. Next application is Ridge Farm, bottom of the moor, Longner, which we visited yesterday. And who's introducing this? Brian?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so we've got conversion of the traditional agricultural building to open market dwelling, Ridge Farm. And we're just south of Longner Village here. Visited the site yesterday. So there's a traditional farmyard, including the farmhouse, opposite the range of barns, which have been extended into the early 20th century, still a fairly traditional form. And there's an array of modern buildings also developed over time to the rear. And the application would seek to remove a significant amount of the modern buildings and the dairy building, creating an acceptable residential curtilage and amenity spaces, and also improving the setting of the traditional buildings, which I'll stress in the slides. Members visited the site yesterday. Were given a good look around inside and around the buildings. None of the buildings are listed or within a conservation area. However, the historic farmstead is recorded in our Historic Buildings, Sites and Monuments record and the Staffordshire Historic Environment record, and therefore the farmhouse and those outbuildings are considered a non-designated heritage asset. As such, there is a policy route for conversion of buildings like that, for a 3-bedroom dwelling in this case, and that accords with housing policies. Where that can support the conservation of a traditional building like this, and where development is essential for the conservation, for the reasons we've just been rehearsing, and subject to there being no wider landscape harm. And in this case, we're obviously in the setting of the farm yard, so there's a lower level of harm in that respect. The proposed design has been amended following advice from the authority's archaeologist, with the bedrooms moved to the ground floor in this case, which means that the hayloft at the first floor can retain its open character. Additionally, amendments to design and configuration have reduced the domestic appearance, which also conserve character. There was a proposal, should say, to insert a stone wall into the farmyard, but that's been removed, and that then allows us to retain the open historic character of the farmyard, which is a good amendment. A further key element of the scheme will be the removal of the 3 bays of the dairy barn to the rear, and that would have the effect of firstly creating an acceptable residential curtilage, and then also a separation from the agricultural workings, which we'll see the relationship to that in the slides, but also revealing and enhancing the setting and visibility of that traditional barn, adding some more benefit to the scheme. So it's important to highlight that the scheme has attracted objections from a neighbouring property on the other side of the lane, and whilst the addition of the dwelling would result in some increase in activity in the area, this would not be significant enough to cause harm to the residential amenity of the occupiers of the ridge on the opposite side, we believe, due to the intervening distance and no harmful overlooking between the properties. Some mitigations would be required in relation to highway access and visibility, and also by making the adjoining barn an alternative place for bat and swallow nesting. So we'll just take a look through and just point out some of the things I've mentioned, if Adam's already onto that, I think. Yeah, thank you. So members on site will be familiar with some of that, but you see how this is the upper floor, upper floor is where the living spaces are, and that retains that open character. Bedrooms on the ground floor in this case. Simple sections. You see in this case, I think if you go to the next one, how the dairy barn shifts to the end of that range, so we lose some of the presence of the dairy barn to the rear. And there we go again, that's stripped back, and you start to reveal the building and the landscape. So on the basis of the policy principle of conservation being accepted and the design amendments and mitigations set out in conditions, officers recommend the scheme for approval.
Thank you very much. Sarah has come back because she's representing a client here. She hasn't asked to speak, but she's available if we need her. Andrew, I've got you down first.
I have absolutely no problem with this at all. It is not problematic. It's a pretty good design. I like the idea of using the hayloft and putting the bedrooms downstairs. It's an upside down house, as I would call it. It's good practical use for that open space and retains it. So I would propose we pass this, putting this forward. And I need a seconder, if somebody would like to second. Jenny,
seconded.
Oh right, thank you.
Has anybody else got any comments to make on it? Because
I'm absolutely fine with it, Chair.
I'm just interested with the idea of putting bedrooms on the ground floor. It's a bit French, isn't it?
It's what I should have done with mine, in actual fact, if I hadn't have got a silly architect from Cheddleton who wouldn't argue with the planners at Staffs Moorlands at the time. So I would have done it that way round, because all the views, you get better views upstairs. It's common sense. Oh, sorry, I used those words again.
I always remember a postcard that I saw in France of the old farmer and his wife sitting in front of the fire, and the cow looking through the door into the living room. It's that sort of thing. Anyway, all those in favour of approving on the terms set out? Anyone against? No, that's good. That's carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for looking after us yesterday as well. Thank you. The next item I've got on the agenda is Hawthorne House, Stanton in the Peak. You're dealing with this?
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and keep it brief. The application is for an extension to the rear of Hawthorne House, which is located in Stanton Peak in the conservation area. The application did originally propose an outbuilding as well, but that's been omitted from the application. So we're just considering the extension today. The site's in the centre of Stanton, and there's the existing layout, as you can see. And the proposal, if you flip between them, is a single-storey extension on that side of the house, as you can see there. So that's the existing gable, and you can see there's that existing lean-to the back is where the extension's proposed. And there are the outbuildings. So that's the existing extension to the rear. And there again, you can see it clearly. So the proposal is to make that lean-to bigger, which we'll see in a minute. So that's the existing from the back. And then in the distance from School Lane, looking west towards the house. So there's an existing floor plan. So the lean-to is up in the top right there, and there's bigger to make a kitchen. And it doesn't affect the front elevation. So that's the existing side elevation, and as you can see, the proposal is to make that lean-to bigger. Window detailing is matching the existing. The pitch is very close to the existing, slightly shallower. And on the back, you can see the existing lean-to on the left. The proposal is to make that bigger, including some double doors, but with surrounds to match the house. You can't see it from the other side. Overall, concerns have been raised by the Parish Council, which we understand, as the proposal is for an extension off what was originally an extension, so we understand that concern. But the form of the extension is a lean-to, which is appropriate for the building. It is larger than the existing, but in keeping with the character and appearance of the house and its detailing. So officers have no objections, and the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker, Mr. Mortimer, who I know has been before us before, so you know what they... Oh, got... Yes, we've got... two speakers, yes, sorry. She's just come, right.
Okay, is it on?
That is on, and
right.
You, as you know, have 3 minutes to address us.
Okay. I'm here on behalf of the Stanton Peak Parish Council. The Parish Council is confused by this recommendation for approval. We're becoming quite unsure what is allowable and why. Planners have, over the last couple of years, refused a conservatory extension and a lean-to extension on other properties in our parish due to, quote, massing and relation to the original cottage size. Neither lie within the conservation area. In this application, historical planning details seem to be missed off regarding any extensions prior to 2001. Hawthorne House was originally a two-up, two-down cottage. It lies in the heart of the village conservation area and has over very many years had 5 extensions, two two-floor extensions and 3 lean-to extensions, which are extensions on extensions. This application is to extend an extension on an extension. We in the Parish Council are the ones who have to live with our parishioners, often neighbours, and have to try to explain to them why one thing has been allowed and another has not. We feel that this lack of consistency on behalf of the planners is making it very hard for us to comment on planning matters without alienating present or previous applicants.
Thank you very much. And Mrs. Carrington? Yes, okay. Second speaker. You've not been before us before. The light is on. You have 3 minutes to address us in.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for letting me come speak. I'm speaking on behalf of my father, Alan Hutchinson, the applicant and the owner of Hawthorne House. My father's retired and been an active resident in the village for some years now. The home is a permanent residence and not a holiday let, and he wishes to continue to enjoy the village and his wider family through his retirement. The need to reevaluate the access into the property and improve the flow of spaces is paramount to the application. The current stepped access to the rear porch is a substantial distance from the road, and this is improved with this application with fewer, shallower steps and carefully graded ground. It will offer a much safer access route from the existing off-road car parking bay for my father, with step trip hazards all minimised and greatly improved in the new design. The size of the extension is actually really quite small, so 4.5 metres times 1.5 metres, totalling 6.75 metres squared, having been carefully developed in line with the continued consultation over the last few months with the planning officers. We've reduced it in area, and it's now in line with the existing gable building line. The proposed rear roof slope now will match the existing ones, which gives continuity within the design. The detailing and stone masonry of the current extension is exemplary in its craftsmanship and use of materials, and this will be continued by reusing the materials that have already been used to the new walls of the property, creating enhanced elevations. We've limited the amount of glazing from the first scheme to a more considered approach with double hardwood patio doors and the inclusion of a simple single light window on the side rather than a double light window in the original scheme. We feel that we've worked positively with the planning officers to develop the current scheme, which will have little or no impact on the existing building and the surrounding site conservation area. The extension is not visible from the road and is set at an oblique angle to the existing boundary walling, with existing boundary walling limiting views of the property with no overlooking. The original stone garden room has been removed from the application, and a smaller timber structure is now proposed covered under permitted development rights. In summary, the property's accessibility is improved, which is really important to my father, and provides an enhanced family entertainment space, allowing better use of the garden and views of the landscape beyond. So we are hopeful and would like you obviously to endorse the officer's recommendation and respectively ask that you approve the application before you today. I don't know that I've got time. I'd just like to point out that the parish council's number of extensions that have been built isn't right. And I have photos of the original building to prove that the amount of extensions, he said, is actually not quite right. And I've got the photos there if you'd like to see them.
Well, thank you. If we need that, we'll come back to you, but I'm not sure that we will. Thank you very much. Mr. Mortimer, I share some of your confusion over how decisions sometimes get made. It's because we're never really fully in command of all the facts. And every house is different, every situation is different. And it's not always easy to see why one decision is made and another one isn't, and so on and so forth. I do share your concerns there sometimes, but this application, as far as I'm concerned, is totally straightforward, and I'm going to move it from the chair. Any other members wish to speak? In that case, all those in favour? Anyone against? You're abstaining. Kath is a resident in the parish, so I think that might be the reason. Right, I'm going to move on now to agenda item 19, Pathways, Yulegrave. No speakers on this one.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is a final application, again, householder application. The property is located within Yulegrave, just outside the conservation area. The property, as we'll see in a minute, is not a traditional property, it's a bungalow. The application is for various alterations and extensions. So to the front there is a proposed dormer and some alterations. There's a porch to the side, a rear extension, and then there's a single-storey garage to the rear. So you can sort of see the layout in that block plan. So that's the existing property, a dormer bungalow made out of limestone with a tile roof. You'll see there's an existing dormer window, which is a central element shared with the neighbouring property. So it's a semi-detached property, and that's the neighbour on the other side. This is a view from the road. Again, that's the side gable. And then to the rear, there's a flat roof element at the moment, which is proposed to be extended. And that's where the two-storey rear extension is proposed. And then just further up from the bungalow, there's a garage proposed, and you can see the church in the middle of Yulegrave there in the background to give you an idea of location. So that's the existing ground floor layout, mostly original. That's the original form, and the proposal, as you can see, is a rear extension, a porch, and a garage to the rear. And upstairs, that's the existing, and that's the proposed. So the extension would allow greater use of the existing first floor with this new dormer window that's proposed to the front, and with the two-storey extension to the rear. That's the existing front elevation, and that's the proposed. So you can see there is a change there with that new dormer window, and the proposal on the ground floor also is to put in that glazing, and that's the porch to the side, which has got a simple gable form. that's the two-storey rear extension, which comes out, projects out from the main roof and from matching materials. And as you can see there, the garage, as the ground steps up, comes in into the level of the road. And that's orientated the same way as the main bungalow is. So that's the back elevation with the proposed extension, and that extension on that face is render. So officers are, first I should say that an application was refused last year for a larger extension, which officers were concerned about the impacts of. This application has come forward following negotiations with officers and is a much reduced scheme. The rear extension has been brought away from the neighbour, so the angle to the neighbour, the 45-degree angle has been considered to make sure that this extension isn't overbearing or wouldn't result in any significant overlooking. And the front elevation has also been amended to better reflect the dormer. So officers are now happy with the scheme and recommend it for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think if anybody has yet tackled the consultation on permitted development rights to extend properties, looking at this one, you'll realise what a mess could have been made if there were just permitted development rights. There's been a lot of work put into here trying to make this look like something that it should look like in a national park. I hope we are going to object to that, those PD right changes. Yes. We need to, because the National Parks Organisation needs to. They'll be disastrous in a national park, and we need to address them. But I can't see anything. Well, I hate these applications to extend houses which could otherwise be affordable. But subject to that, I can't see any reason for refusing this, and I'll move it from the chair. Sorry. Lee, you can speak. Yes.
Move that we accept the recommendation.
Okay, thanks very much. Yes, that's lovely. Thank you very much indeed. All those in favour? Anyone against? That's good. And then there's just the report of the legal department on appeals coming round the corner. A lot of them. Is that because we're refusing more, or is it because they're getting more aggressive? Argumentative is perhaps the word. Report be noted. Any questions? In that case, all those in favour of noting it. That's noted, and that's the end of the agenda, isn't it? Thank you all for your attendance.